So that's just a little bit about me, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague here to introduce himself.
Good afternoon. I'm Carlton Brown. I'm a senior executive search consultant with AGB Search. I'm also a senior consultant and senior fellow with the Association of Governing Boards, doing work on governance, board operations, business models, etc. I have had a pretty long career in higher ed, longer than most folks have been alive, but that's another matter. So after achieving tenure and promotion to associate professor at Old Dominion University, I went to Hampton University where I was a dean and a vice president there for 10 years. After Hampton, I became president of Savannah State University and again another 10 years there. And then Clark Atlanta University where I was president for 8 years until 2015. So I've been with AGB Search for the past 8 or 9 years and with AGB for about 10 years. And so we're very pleased to be here and very privileged to be in charge of facilitating this search. So how this works is we gather information from all stakeholders about this search and about what you're looking for in your next president. We'll put all of that in a profile document, which will guide the entire search. It will determine what the advertisements look like. It will determine who we're seeking, where and how we search for possible candidates. And it'll also determine the questions that we're asking when we're talking to potential candidates. And so that's what we're trying to do here this week is gather that information from all the stakeholders, synthesize that into that profile document and get that approved by the board and then move it forward from there. So any questions about the search at this point? Okay, let me just start with the first question that we always open with is what are the 2 or 3 most important talent, skills, or attributes that the next president should possess? Talk about background, prior work, education, etc. Any of those things is what we're after. And again, we need you to go to the mic because the people online that want to hear what you're saying as well, including board members.
Mm-hmm. So what do they need to bring to the table, essentially, to be effective as the next president?
And I think you want to say something, don't you?
Yeah, I could feel that all of them
Well,
have said
her-
thoughts. I could feel it. You know?
Well, it didn't work. You gave yourself away.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For me, I want a person of integrity, whether it's a male or female. I want a person of pure integrity. I want someone that's going to genuinely care about Jackson State University, meaning from the students to the faculty, to the staff, to any alumni, to any and everyone that's a part of Jackson State, will be a part of Jackson State, has been a part of Jackson State.
Thank you. You all want to move down there so you be closer to the mic?
There you go. That'll make it easier, right?
So who's next? Thank you.
Oh, short. Good evening.
You can
You can pull it down. Yeah,
Okay.
right. There you go.
I would like someone, addition to what she said, someone that has a faculty and staff perspective in higher education.
Tell me more what you mean about that.
So someone that has experience, the staff side of higher ed, having roles where that's in student success, roles that in student engagement. From the faculty perspective, have roles in actually teaching those students and having hands-on experiences. Because I feel like a person that has both perspectives can understand us as staff and faculty.
Mhm.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other input.
Others, attributes, personal, professional.
tell her she's ready yeah, tell her she's ready.
I see, we see some talking going on over there. So share, please share with us. This is your moment to put your hand on the scale, your thumb on the scale, because you're informing what we write in the document.
So, as an alum of Jackson State, what I want is someone who appreciates the history, that has a clear vision of where we should go, that embraces our history, but also builds on a future history of the university.
Very good.
I would just like to say, my number one thing to see is the integrity.
Mhm.
And to bring that back, from back in the day, the integrity that has really put, something in my heart, seeing all of the past presidents and that not being an issue. Also, someone that has an open door that we can go to, true open door, because they say have an open door policy, but then, you got to go through loops to talk to the president, all this chain. I understand the chain of command, but sometimes, certain things you might want to speak to the president, about. Of course, you're going to have those chains, of course, and I'm not, saying that that's not what you should do, but when they say they have open doors, just mean you have open door. And I want to piggyback on what Ms. Smith said, someone that really values the school. Because I love the school. And I want to see somebody that loves the school just like I love the school. And when you love the school, you wouldn't put the school in jeopardy or do anything like that.
Right.
Very good.
Any other thoughts?
Do you think that this person needs to have any particular kind of degree? Do you think this person has to have any particular kind of degree?
You do? Yeah, go, the mic. Remember your friends online.
I do believe whoever our next president will be definitely needs to be very well educated and experienced. And could be from various backgrounds, but at the end of the day, he or she needs to be very well experienced, because I work for the College of Business. I'm an advisor there. We have 8 majors. I know we have a School of Education, we have a School of Health and Liberal Arts in the various colleges we have here at Jackson State. So we need someone that's going to have, at least be knowledgeable in all those areas.
Thank you.
So you suggested could come from various places. So let's say somebody who's been in business. Would you accept that person as a president?
If they meet, like I said earlier, the integrity part and they care about all individuals.
Okay.
If they look at it from,
So if they look at it from 2 aspects, I understand the university functions as a business, but also we function as education. We have to still add the caring piece in there. I used to be a nurse in the hospital, and I know sometimes hospitals function as business now, but we have to put students first and faculty and staff second. So we cannot just function as a business.
Right. Thank you.
Very good.
Excellent. Could you move down? So you can be near the mic. Oh, no, you're not, okay. She's reporting.
Anything else you want to add to that particular question?
Attributes, personal and professional attributes. What do they bring to the table?
The lady prior, she mentioned something, one, approachable.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we understand the change of command, that the president is at the top.
Mm-hmm.
We understand, like she said, open door policy, and I put in true open door. I think in every industry I've been in, you hear that it's stated, I have an open door policy,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not always really felt to the individual, to the employee, that there's a true open door policy where I can be genuine, because you hear all kinds of things when you do open up. It can be taken out of context, or it can be retaliated against you after, say, having meetings and or speaking your minds and things of that perspective. So just to be, like I say, someone that's approachable, that is still realize, hey, you may be the president, but we all are human. We all are adults, because that's what we are. And just to be able to be respectful to one another, not to look down on me, because I may be the entry level person, or the student may be a struggling student, or even a student at the top. Again, just to have that genuineness of being sincere to respect one people. You can always get a feel, a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It just, it illumines the room, where there's a positive vibe, whether there's a negative vibe. So, or just in a gathering space, you can feel that. So just to be able to feel like I can be approached, or just be able to, like, speak. Like you said, I know it's a change of command, but I want to talk to, but if I'm out on the campus or something, let me be able to speak to my president. You know what I'm saying? So things of that. I told you I could talk.
Yeah, this is good. We got to getting you going here. This is excellent.
I say community resources. We need a president that can utilize our community partners, because we know at an HBCU, sometimes we don't always receive all our funding. So we need that president that's the go-getter, the driver, that reach out to the community. Let's reach out to the alumni, whether how big, how low, it does not matter. But we need that person that's going to have that drive.
Thank you. Shall we move to the next question? We can always come back, because you might think of some more things when you start talking about challenges and priorities. So, the president can't focus on everything at once, right? You all know this. You all have a plate that's full yourselves. You have to pick, and you want to be very, use a lot of discernment, and getting feedback and getting direction from individuals like yourselves are going to help us communicate priorities and challenges in the profile. So if you were speaking to the president right now, and you could give them a list of 3 priorities they should focus on, 3 priorities or challenges that need their immediate attention, what would they be?
First challenge, student retention. Second challenge, housing. Third challenge, scholarship.
All right. Others.
I will also concur what lady just stated, because we do need retention, because we need to recruit, be able to bring in more students. And also we want to keep the students that we currently have and make sure each and every one actually get a degree from Jackson State University. Also housing, that has been a very crucial issue for all of our students. Majority of our students are from out of state, so therefore they need housing. And we also have students that's here in the Jackson metro area, and every student, is my thought, if he or she wants to have that real life college experience, even though they may be from the metro area, we need to have the availability to that person too, if that's what he or she desires. And also just making sure safety, things of that nature. And also, as she spoke earlier about having a relationship with our community, really have someone that's gonna be out there and representing Jackson State instead of the outside telling Jackson State what to do.
Oh, okay.
Other priorities.
I would say, in addition to student retention, staff and employee retention. As well as expanded resources for students, because a lot of students come here, some of them don't even have a laptop after hours. We have the computer lab in the library, but they need other resources. So how can we partner with outside resources to get students the resources they need?
I'm sorry, I forgot one. Funding is what I was gonna mention, because like she said, I have so many students. I've been here 2 years, and I tell everybody, my biggest culture shock or aha moment is when I thought every child had that village, like a parent, grandparents, or somebody. But I have soon realized some students only have themselves, and they're doing the best that they can with what they know and what they have. So they need people that's going to pour into them. I have students coming to me all the time. Well, how can I get an internship? Or I need scholarship. They need funds to continue their college education until they actually reach that college education. So therefore, funding is also a priority.
Anything else on that question? Priorities. Okay. So when your next president is selected and arrives on campus, what are the biggest opportunities for success? What are the things this person can do fairly immediately that begins to get to success?
I think first, meet with faculty and staff separate. I know sometimes the president tends to meet with the VPs, vice presidents, and sometimes they forget the people that's on the lower end. And you are only as good as your team. So learn and meet the team. Everybody from the VP to I serve as the nurse practitioner, to the nurse practitioners, to the janitors, everybody, just meet the team.
Anything else? The president first arrives, what should be the first set of things that that person could do that will lead to success?
Identify their vision for the university.
We can always go back and forth now. Let's move to the last question before we kind of open it up for. So what's going well? We always like to hear what's working and how, because sometimes that can elevate a way that you could address pain points if you look at what's working. Sometimes we take what's working for granted, but it's working for a reason. Something's happening. And so when you think about what's working well, what can we tell candidates is going well at Jackson State?
For me, what I would say is the genuine love for those that do genuinely love Jackson State. When they say the I love,
Mhm.
it's the I love.
Yeah, I
You
love
know, that's from the alumni,
Mhm.
that's from us that works here, that's from our students, that's from the faculty. I mean, there are genuine people are, as they say, they bleed, JSU. So that's one thing that is working is the love. Again, like I said, I work in the College of Business. We often have vendors that come. We do college fairs twice a year, but it's this one particular vendor. The person that she works for that company, but she was the alumni of JSU. So she comes back and she gives back to JSU. So that's one thing that's working. People that have that genuineness, love, and that respect. They want to see JSU prosper. They don't want to see us in a negative sight, in the news and things like that. So it's just that genuine love for the university as a whole. And as she said, wants to see it succeed. We want the community to be involved in things of that nature.
Very good, thank you. Other things that you think are going well that you want this prospective president to know about?
Alumni buy-in, although we've had negative feedback over the past few years, alumni giving has increased. So we want the new president to see that alumni giving back has increased, but how can we make it more? What can we do for alumni to make sure they are motivated to give back? Go out and meet these alumni organizations so we can give more money back to the university.
Very good. So alumni giving grows despite some negative views of things. JSU love, right? Anything else?
Another good news.
Thought y'all were gonna race there for a
Yeah,
minute.
love it.
I mean, let's look at like Jackson State was at the Rose Bowl. Our band, the Sonny Boom. Coach TC and the JSU football team, they're doing a phenomenal job. It's things like that. We just had homecoming, and whenever homecoming, people come again, alumni, people come and really, here on the campus, as they say, on the yard, and make it a whole weekend. We got I got church members that are JSU alumni, rain, sleet, or snow, they at the games and things. So again, that's good news because we do have people that just genuinely love and they're gonna do what they can to continue to show that love, to show that respect. And it's about giving back all at the same time.
I would say, despite some people may have negative views, in addition to what Ms. Lewis said, what she said, I think JSU's working well with what we have, but we want better. We're working well with continually increasing the alumni year. We're working well with the love that we already have for the university. We just want it to continue to get better.
Very good. Any other input for the good of the order? Anything we haven't asked, any question we haven't asked, anything we haven't talked about that you think is important for us to know? Anything at all? Guess we got what we can out of you right after lunch, huh?
Yeah, it's hard after lunch, but the survey link is still open until midnight tonight. So did y'all know the survey link was out there? Okay, so you can still, if you have some other thoughts, if you want to share, it's going to close tonight, so that can give us a chance to synthesize everything and the themes that came out so that we can really start to work on the profile and really hand it off to marketing and communications in a timely manner so that we can launch the search. So once we launch, be on the lookout for the profile. It'll be on our website. There may even be a link on the JSU website, but share it with those in your network. Nominate people. We will be the confidential consultants that will work with any nominees and see if they're interested. And so you should feel free to do that as well.
So this is pretty much just the preliminaries.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the process.
Yeah,
This is
you-
where we
it-
find
yeah.
out who we're looking for.
But we need your input to help shape that message to a national audience. You're telling the world that Jackson State is looking for its next president. Here's the kind of challenges and priorities they need to be experienced and capable of stepping into and leading effectively. Here are the opportunities. Here's what's working well that they can leverage. And then here are the personal and professional attributes we think the president needs to be effective at leading for now and in the future. So then we'll talk to candidates that feel like they fit the bill, ask them, what's your why for wanting to be the president of Jackson State? Okay, and so then we start those kind of conversations to see, and help them assess the strength of their candidacy. That's really important for us to do. When the candidates reach out to us and say, well, I'm just wondering, do you think I'm competitive? No, do you think you're competitive? And why do you think you're competitive? So those are kind of, we don't say it like that, but you know what I mean.
Well, sometimes we,
But we want to hear from their vantage point, because guess what? If they made it to the semifinal level, you have to be prepared to say, what's your why? Why you? Why now?
So when you narrow it down to candidate, do we reconvene and come back to see the university? Can we see the candidate, not the final, but just
No,
the
no,
narrow,
the-
so we
no,
don't ever get
No,
to the
it's a
narrow?
confidential search, so anybody who gets in the pool is confidential in perpetuity. You would not want to put them, if you were applying for another job, would you want your boss to know? So that's why.
so it's even worse for people at that level.
Right, so you want to make sure that we protect their candidacy in perpetuity. If they don't make it to the finalists, no harm, no foul, right? So, yeah, so the board is the search committee, and they will be handling the finalist process. We're still working on that, but that process will be at the end, when there are just about between 3 and 5 finalists.
So how do we vet the integrity part? Because for us.
We will, and the questions and the
that's
back.
what's
Yeah, and the
been
background
right.
check. So we do a deep background check. We do a reference checks on and off list references, and social media check. So we get a chance to see what their footprint is. If we find anything, we call them up and we say, can you talk about this, explain this, that kind of thing. So criminal background, publications, all of that.
And so, for example, if we see someone who spends 2 years here and 2 years there, I'm going to give them a chance to explain to me why that is. And hopefully they understand why that is not what's going to work here. That we're looking for someone who's going to run at least 5 or 6 years in one place doing this job. And so most of the time when I see folks like that, we're not considering them in a real serious way, because, what are they going to do? Get here, spend a year and decide they don't like it, and spend another year looking for the next job?
So
I
it's
like
really important for us to have those conversations with candidates and really unearth anything that's questionable. If there's a gap in your employment, why? What happened?
Mhm.
Say something about it in your letter. Don't frustrate the committee by leaving an obvious question. There's a question, address it.
Yep.
And many times we find that there might have been some issue in the family or something while, especially right after COVID, people were losing people and, relocating. And so there's all kinds of human conditions that happen.
Yep.
So.
And all kinds of stupid things that happen too. Yeah. Like the human issues, yes, but
No shenanigans. No shenanigans.
No shenanigans. Yeah. No more shenanigans. Yeah. I agree. I'm okay with the humans, because at the end of the day, that's what we are, we humans. And I don't like when that's always, because see, to me, people do seem to have that preconceived notion, oh, it's like you job hop or things of that, it's gonna be like, say, you a year here or 2 years here, but you never really know what's going on. So it shouldn't automatically be like a disqualification until you have.
Oh, no,
that.
it's
Talk to
not- it's
people.
not automatic, but see, here's the things I would look for. If 3 times in a row you're telling me you misjudged what you were getting yourself into, then how do I know you're not misjudging this one?
Yeah.
Right, I don't, but I see a pattern.
You see a pattern, and that's what you're looking at.
That's
Right,
beautiful.
right. We want to know if they've done their homework on the institution. We want to hear if somebody's not going to even take the time to understand or even do their homework about it. No, no. If they don't, if they're calling us, asking us things that are knowable and right on the website, you know,
Like you said, do their own due diligence.
Right.
Yeah.
Research.
So,
That means you want the job.
Mhm. absolutely.
so if they call me and say, so tell me, what's Jackson State all about? Bye. Bye.
Yeah, yeah. But you all mentioned, I don't know the young lady's name, but I'm like her, we are big on the integrity part. And people always know how to present what they want to be. presented.
Yes, they
That's-
do.
that's, you know, we're gonna be real here. People know how to present, they know how to put it in the writing, the language, they know how to present themselves again, so. How would we know? 'Cause I would like to think that's probably what previous people, candidates, and people that has held the job is done the same thing, you know, you.
We don't know what
We don't-
past.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we just know what we're gonna do. I can't speak for past searches, but we do our diligence and we talk to candidates and we find out. And we let them know, we found this publication this isn't, you know, there's a discrepancy in your publications listed. We ask them, we don't shy away from asking them the hard questions.
And we dig into data as well. So if I see somebody who say has been a provost in an institution for 6 years, I'm also looking at that institution's IPEDS data. I'm also looking at that institution's financial data. And if you've been provost for 6 years and enrollment is declining,
Hmm.
you need to tell me why. Okay, tell me what's going on here. If you've been provost for 6 years and you're now sitting around with 5 acting deans, what's really going on? Talk to me, okay? But on the other hand, if I see somebody's been a provost and when they got there, there were 3 acting deans, now they're all in full-time positions and the institution's progressing, then that's some of what I know about that person and how they work.
And we have to talk to people because, you know, with AI, seeing is not believing.
Right.
So we have to really be more diligent at getting the real information because there's a lot of inaccurate information out there. So as seeing is not believing.
And our network is pretty deep. Again, you've heard how long we've been in this business, so it's hard to find an institution that we don't know about and know people at. And just like people call us to nominate folks, sometimes they call us to warn us about folks. Say so-and-so is going to apply, and let me tell you, you don't want them. Here's why, you know.
And we don't give any commentary. We just listen and thank them. Have a nice day.
Mhm.
Can I had actually sent text message to some people, my family members of mine that's alumni from JSU. And I asked a question about what they think, is it okay to tell you what one?
Well, there's a link out there
Okay.
for them to fill out in their own words. They can tell us. And that's the information that we're gathering. And that link is open until midnight, Eastern time.
So this, yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Any?
So this y'all last day, I think we just.
Yeah, we
Yes.
have 2 more sessions. As I said, there's always folks online, your board's online, other stakeholders are online. Some people have been listening to all the sessions online. So that's why we want you to go to the mic. And we have 2 more sessions today, 3 more sessions today.
Mhm.
And then we start to work on the profile.
So what's the tentative timeframe? Can you offer that information?
Well, we're still working on the timeline, so it's not nailed down, but next year, spring semester, we should be wrapping things up.
Mhm.
You say wrapping things. that mean
Mhm.
like what-
Making-
That mean.
Finalists will be interviewed.
Okay.
Now, the board has to make the final decision, but yeah. So we need to honor the holiday break and all that, so that does extend the recruitment, but we need a solid 8-week recruitment period, so we don't ever shorten that period of reaching out, talking to people, so. And then we have to take into account the campus calendar, and that kind of thing, so. So sometime in this, before the academic year ends, the institution should be at the finalists.
And many of your best candidates don't submit until near the end of the process anyway, for several reasons. One, they're concerned about confidentiality. But two, these are the kinds of people who are very careful about what they're doing. They want to make sure they're matching to the institution. They want to make sure that they understand the agenda. They're going to be on your website a zillion times. They're going to talk to folks they know. They're going to talk to their family. They're going to probably talk to their bosses in some cases. And then make that decision very carefully. They're going to take a lot of time writing the cover letter and reviewing their own CV before they submit. So that's just a known part of the process, a known part of what happens. On the other hand, there will be some folks that we call frequent flyers. They never saw presidency they weren't supposed to get. And so they apply for all of them. And I can probably name the first 5 applicants that are going to come to this search.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me entertain you one.
What's that? Every single time. Yeah. And I've had colleagues who work with us who call me sometimes and say, we just opened such a search. And there's this guy, I've seen his name before. I said, because you've seen him in every search. You've seen him in every search.
They just
So,
want to be a president
Yeah,
somewhere.
Somewhere, anywhere, for whatever reason.
Yeah, well,
No,
That's why they're.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Candidate that wants to be a president at Jackson
State.
Exactly.
and that's why we asked them why. First question, why are you applying for this opportunity? Why do you want to be the president of Jackson State? And it can't be because my family lives near there.
I'm looking for my last stop. Yeah, that's a
Right.
killer for me right there.
Right.
You know,
Mhm.
it'll stop right there.
Oh, yeah, we hear all kinds of reasons except for, and I'm listening for information about the institution.
What do they know? What do they
Yeah.
think they know?
Yeah. What do
What's
they-
their experience
Mhm.
with Jackson State or institutions similar to Jackson State?
And I don't want to hear them just talking about themselves. I want to hear them talking about Jackson State. A lot of people just
Right.
go on and on about what they did. Me, I'm this, I'm that. But what do you know about Jackson State? And if they can't answer that question, if they cannot talk about anything except for themselves, that's a signal too.
Yeah.
And people have to learn how to fit themselves to the place they're trying to go. So for example, some folks years and years ago wanted me to go out for the presidency for Albany State University. I'm no longer a country boy. Okay. I need some theaters, I need some jazz music, I need all kinds of stuff. I need good restaurants. I need people roaming around all over the place. I need all that, I mean, if you roll up the sidewalks at 6 o'clock, I can't live there. So you got to know who you are, which we look for in each candidate in relationship to where you're trying to get to. So I want to thank you all very much for your input.
Yes,
Very
thank you.
valuable to us.
And yeah, be on the lookout for the profile and
And you are the first group that we actually asked to move over to this side to the microphones, and you actually did it. I'm proud of you.
no, we didn't.
Oh.
I just came up with that just you know how you've been doing something a few times and you go, okay, so why don't we ask them to move over?
We did ask one other group, and
Well, yeah,
there was about 30 people and one of them moved, so that's a fail.
yeah, but you never
Yeah.
know people.
Yeah.
But that link is why we want this to be an inclusive process, and that's why that link is staying open till midnight. Because it's the same questions.
Mhm.
So thank you again. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, y'all take care. Oh, look. 2015. So that was 8 years there. I was president of Savannah State University for 10 years. That. And before that, I spent 10 years at Hampton, first as a dean, then as a vice president. My colleague was called away to another meeting, but she is Kim Bobby. She's also a higher ed professional, and she's been in the search business for about 8 years as well. So here's how this works. The search is going to begin by developing a profile for the position. That profile is derived from all the information we get from the listening sessions, from documents, from the board's input, et cetera, and making sure that we are looking for the exact person that the institution requires. That profile will determine what the advertisements look like, it'll determine who we're seeking for your next president, and how we build the pool of candidates. You should also know that we've got 2 online ways for people to engage. So right now, this is being broadcast in a way that people can listen in. We also have a link, which I think most of you have seen, where people can make their input online, and that will be open until midnight tonight, Eastern Time, 11 o'clock your time. The board is also listening in on some of the links as well, and a board member was here yesterday all day with us, and of course, the commissioner is here today. So we've got some deep engagement from the board level, and now we want to move forward with this search with your input as a part of this process. So any questions about the search at this point? Okay, so we work from exactly about 3 or 4 questions. And the first one is the obvious question. What are the attributes that you think are going to be important in the next president? By attributes, I mean traits, characteristics, personal characteristics, skill sets, background experience, et cetera. And as you address this, we need you to move to the mic so that those paying attention online can hear everything, and it can be recorded for future use. And please let us know who you are when you begin.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is DeAndre Ori. I'm a professor of political science here at Jackson State University, and I'll make this quick. I think, first of all, we need someone who can hit the ground running, who has experience in a number of areas I'll discuss. First of all, they need to recognize, well, not first of all, equally, they need to recognize this is a research-intensive university, and they need to come in and learn that we have resources and we have the lack of resources that keeps us in this status, but can also be challenging. But equally important, they need to know that we also have a great need to be or have excellence in teaching. We need someone who's well-versed in grantsmanship, who has a record of establishing networks, either by securing grants or by serving as an ambassador to help accumulate those grants. And then we also need someone who has the political acumen to court the legislature and legislative bodies to work in coordination with those legislative bodies, bodies to enhance the growth of the university. And then lastly, we need someone who can shake trees and go out and raise money. We need someone who has a record of fundraising. And so in short, I think we need someone who can come in here who has or can create skillfully the balance of teaching and research, stewardship, and I think this is what can move the university forward.
Thank you. Other input? Anyone?
Well, I just feel like Dr. Ori.
I need you to go to the mic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Shannon Moore. I really feel that Dr. Ori hit all the main areas that I was concerned with. One, recognition of us being a research intensive university and also funding, being able to fund our programs. Even having us being similar to the other universities within the state. I am in the clinical psychology department, and last year I shared some numbers comparing the funding for the clinical psychology with Mississippi State, University of Southern Mississippi, University of Southern Mississippi, and Ole Miss. And basically with those programs, their students receive both stipends and full tuition, whereas our students either get a partial tuition waiver or they may get a stipend that's not even $1,000 a month. And so it's very important that the next president who comes in does have experience with grantmanship, encouraging grant writing amongst the faculty, having relationships with the being able to work with our state legislators. Because a lot of times sometimes funds get earmarked for Jackson State, but they don't necessarily make it to Jackson State. And so, just having a president who are aware of these issues and can address them.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to adjust this mic just a little.
I can see that. Yes.
My name's Robbie Luckett. I'm professor of history here at Jackson State and director of the Margaret Walker Center. I've been here at JSU. This is year 17 for me. I'm glad to be present with some of my very good colleagues and friends, and I appreciate Dr. Ori. I agree with everything my good colleagues here just said, and I really appreciate the, I'm more of a qualitative researcher than a quantitative researcher as a historian. And I appreciate the the things that we need as a university. I think we all recognize this. But qualitatively, I think there's something else that is really important that is on my heart that I think needs to be said. In my 16 years, I'm now on my 9th president.
Mm-hmm.
That does include interims, but let me tell you, everybody here who's in this room will tell you, interim presidents are presidents. They act like presidents. That type of instability is not good for any institution. And there's not a lot of trust between our community and the leadership of this university. There just isn't. When I talk about community, I'm talking about alumni, faculty, staff, and students. Qualitatively, you're going to have a leader who rebuilds that trust with the leadership of the institution, but also with IHL. And that's real. I mean, I don't think anybody would be shocked to hear that our last 4 permanent presidents have been disasters. That for this institution, for all of us who work here, who love this place, who've committed our lives and careers to this place and to these students, and who are invested in the future of Jackson State. And so qualitatively, we need someone who can come in, who can rebuild that trust, and please someone who's going to be here longer than 18 months. That type of turnover, even in terms of long-term planning for the work that we do through the centers that I run, trying to have strategic long-term planning, you turning over a president not often, you're starting over every single time. And so
You're starting backwards.
yeah, you're starting backwards. That's right. You're hustling backwards. And so we need someone who has that capacity, who has those human skills to come in and rebuild that trust, who does understand how to work at a university, how to raise the money, who understands what it means to be at a research university. We need all of those skills that you need in a president at a research university. But I don't think anybody in this room would call me a liar to say that there needs to be trust that has to be rebuilt with the community of Jackson State, our alumni, our students, our faculty, our staff, and our surrounding neighbors and community members.
Thank you. Other input?
Hey, good
That's the long
afternoon.
and the short of it.
Yes, I am Stevenson Paradeshi. I am a system administrator here. I work in IT. And I'm also adjunct faculty serving in the technology department. I have just a few points regarding the international programs. Whoever is going to be our next president should be able to work with our national and international students and their relationships, and be able to get good programs for those student groups. Also be able to help our global office. We have seen a huge shift. I've been here 20 some years, and I've seen our back in the day international office, and now we have seen a lot of changes. Personally, I had several friends who had come here, and the way the process was done, they had to leave, several of them, because we did not have students. We had students who come here with the papers, but they were not fully processed in the college, and that was really bad. They had left everything, paid everything, and come here, and they don't have a place to go to. So they had to unfortunately, run to another universities and just go that way. And that is still a shock for several students coming over here. And also, because we serve our students there are who we are proud of, and we want to help them, develop them, and produce able bodies in the workforce. He or she should be able to understand that and be able to, one, engage with the students closely, and be able to understand where they're coming from, how we can help them and equip them to be able to better people. Like everyone knows now, nowadays students, they are not ready for the workforce. For whatever the reason, we want to be able to understand the challenges that we have and be able to help them to be able to be ready for the workforce. They should be able to build that local relationships with local state partners, companies, for our students to be integrated into workforce so that it doesn't become hard. Especially if you see bachelor students, they are fresh in the market, they don't have good footing, and we want them to have that smooth transition where that experience is easier. I remember when I graduated from Jackson State in my bachelor's, when I went to find a job, I did not get one because they wanted someone who had experience to be able to go. Now I understand, because the employers are not doing charity. They're trying to make money, and we are trying to help them. And I would not give anyone a position if they don't have experience. So we want them to be able to gain that experience in the first 4 years of their education so that it'll be easier for them to get out there. And especially, I like Mississippi. I want to help in the Mississippi economy and whatever, especially if they're from Jackson State. Hey, we are the Jackson State, and I would be really happy to see our people go everywhere. And we need to have JSU students more marketable. When someone says, I'm coming from Jackson State, they should be like, hey, come on, let's go. You are the one. But we don't see that now. We want to increase that morale, and whoever is coming should be able to understand that. We have a vast history. We have gone up and down and everything, and we survived. And we want them to understand that and move us forward in a positive direction. That should be it. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions for you, to make sure I understand everything you're saying. Obviously, you're being impacted by federal decisions like everyone else, but I think I was hearing you say there's some errors with how we do our part of that job here.
The federal decisions are now.
Yeah.
I was trying to capture this 20 years of global office, how it has changed.
Yeah.
It has hurt a lot. So because in the international community, you have people talking to other people.
Mhm.
And when they see there is not good stability, they don't want to waste time. They want to go to someone it is easier.
That's true.
When it comes to the current federal standing, if you are applying for all of this stuff, each country has their own immigration process. Even if they're coming to United States, they have to wait in queue. That's just a normal
Yeah.
process.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, so we just have to wait and go through whatever is being established. Yeah.
But in terms of the part of the job that Jackson State has to do, is that in good shape?
It has changed.
Mhm.
It needs to be better. I would definitely say there is room for improvement, definitely.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I captured that.
Yes.
Because when we begin to source candidates and talk to candidates, these become some of the kinds of things we want to see that we can find in their background, that they know these processes and know how to build them or rebuild them or repair them. So for example, sometimes we'll get a candidate for a position like this that came out of a major PWI. And we got to see where they were in that process to see if they really know those parts of the process. See, so whatever you need to fix, we got to make somebody that at least has an understanding of what that looks like.
Right. I mean, you can ask anyone, if I ask you guys here at Jackson State, in a year, how many times have you heard about any international event? How many times have you heard? Maybe one time when we have the international festival, that to a smaller group of people. No one knows how many international groups we have, what's happening. For us as faculty, staff, or whatever the groups that we are, we don't have enough opportunities to engage with them. When they come here, they are just by themselves. No one knows who they need to go to, who exists in this campus. I'm sure everyone is busy, but what I'm saying is we don't have that kind of input where we get an opportunity to engage with these groups. So that becomes really difficult. Why would someone want to come and get a degree here when no one cares?
Exactly.
So they need to come with that understanding. We are not the only ones. There are other people we need to help.
Very good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other input?
My name is Jean-Claude Assad, and I'm an associate professor of economics here. Been here for many years. My angle is a bit different. You ask us what we're looking for in a leader.
Mhm.
And what my colleague expressed a lot of things that the university needs and what we need in leadership. I have an issue with trusting IHL in the decision that they make on behalf of the university. I serve as one of those campus advisory committee to the board in the past. And I was dismayed at the attitude of members of the board when we review candidates. And that brings me to a point of from your position from a search group. There were candidates on the poll that we reviewed, and you wonder if the search firm took the time to actually do some basic vetting of people with their qualification for a position such as president of a university. We had a candidate that had been provost to a university that had lost accreditation, defunded, shut down. But the search firm said it wasn't on them because the person had the qualification for the job. And when I say that, the first representative of the search firm said that because I questioned representative of the search firm who participated in the meeting that we had with the board. So we see from that point, we recognize that the search firm and the president of the search firm representative was a minority. Okay, so we see these people there for their position as consultant to the board, but really not paying attention to the importance of the position. Then when we, as members of the advisory committee to the board during the search, it was made clear to us that that's what we were there for as advisory, to offer some advice, but not important in the decision-making process. The decision-making was the responsibility of the board. And that's how we ended up with those leaders that we ended up. Because each time, at that time that I served, they brought in William Banham that was rejected on the first round from after the first round of interview. Then they still brought him, dump him to the university. Then the board handpicked whoever they wanted, no matter what we say, no matter what our community expressed to the board. And the commissioner said, he's been here. Okay,
Mhm.
he was associate commissioner at the time. So he knows what I'm talking about. So my concern is we're talking about a leader with competence, a leader with experience, a leader with the qualities that can lead a university, that can restore trust in the community. But how important is that to the board that told me and my colleague, they make the decision, not us. So as we want somebody to come restore trust, some trust had to be restored between the university and the leadership of the board to make sure the hopefully the board will allow for some objectivity and respect what the advisory Jackson State representative, the advice that they will provide to that board. So if until we can have a board that make objective decision that understand the need of the university, okay, until that happens, we will continue to see the failures in appointment of leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me respond to some of that. I am, first of all, we don't govern the IHL. They're gonna be the decision makers. That's a given. What we do, and I think that why they hired us as a firm is our track record says that we do this process in a particular way. We do some very deep vetting, some very deep background checks. We've got a very deep network of people, and as you heard, I've been in this business among HBCUs for 30 years. And so we know what's going on out there. We knew what was going on here. We knew what was going on in a lot of places. And so that's why we build this profile. And then our job is to hold the search accountable to that profile. What that profile will say based on all the input that we get is exactly who you're looking for and what they ought to be capable of doing. Our job then is to make sure that we can document that activity on their part or not. And we do that in a variety of ways. We do it through references, both on-book and off-book references. We do a deep dive into the institutions that they're at and where they come from, and that will tell us a number of things. We look very carefully at their whole history. We do a background check that also covers all of their social media, that covers all their financial history, criminal history, everything. And then we talk to colleagues. And through that process, we will provide to the search committee all of the candidates that apply. And they get to look at all the candidates that apply. But we try to hold them to that criteria when they begin to narrow it down to first the semifinalists, which will be anywhere from 6 to 10, preferably about 8. And then we provide a rubric by which they will assess those 8 candidates to make their decision about who the finalist candidates are. And we move on from there. So it is my expectation that the process will bring you the right candidates for this position, and that the board, in doing its work, will endorse one of those finalists for your position.
Well, it's funny you say we provide a rubric.
Mhm.
I took the task to providing a rubric to my colleague from the Jackson State Advisory Group.
Okay.
On behalf of it, because a rubric was not provided to us. And when I raised the question about the rubric, and we were told by the board, we can tell a good candidate when we see one. We don't need rubric to evaluate, to assess. We can tell one when we see them by there, once we look at the vita. That's what I was told.
Okay.
So
Well,
so hopefully, if you suggest a rubric, the advisory committee will have a chance to review that rubric, and hopefully the board will welcome somebody else's insight outside the members of the board.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Other input on this first question, the attributes we're looking for in your next president.
Lauren White, professor of meteorology. I've been here 27 years.
Mm.
I have three general areas. I think they overlap a lot with the others, of course. First one, and all of these, of course, are hard to qualify and even to evaluate ahead of time before we find out what people actually do. First thing that has been the concern has been character and wisdom, that they will do whatever is required to keep us as a university, as a community, out of trouble, whether that's legal, whether that's publicity, bad press, security, all these issues that one small incident can become what everybody remembers of us. Secondly, overlapping again, commitment that they will stick through. A minimum of 5 years. There's no point in developing a 5-year or 10-year plan if you don't stay around for more than 1 or 2 years. And I would appreciate some way that IHL could come up with to enforce that. Some kind of penalty if they leave after 2 years into this financially, whatever else that they have to pay back, whatever, some kind of mechanism so that it's not just attractive for them to go up on the ladder somewhere else. And then thirdly, the infrastructure issues, of course, they're coming into a place that already has problems. You can blame it on the previous person or you can do something about it. Housing in particular for students, as well as, of course, a lot of the offices and instructional areas that have been neglected year after year. And students come in expecting to have housing and find out they don't have it, and they're left in difficult positions. They get bussed off to hotels. And yes, it's great that you can make arrangements, but these things shouldn't be happening in the first place.
Believe me, students filled us up on housing a few times.
Good afternoon.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Okechukwu Animel. I'm a professor of economics and finance here at Jackson State. I've been here for a while.
You said, wow, and everybody else gave me some years. How long is your while?
About 29 years.
Okay, that's a while.
Thank you. So my question is, did the board assure you that they're going to use the rubrics that you're going to develop, or this listening session will culminate in getting a good candidate for the university? Because as my colleagues have stated, the level of instability from the leadership that is squarely from the board, I don't think anywhere, any institution can thrive under such circumstances. So I need to hear what assurances that you have that this is going to lead to getting a stable leader for the university who will do most of the things that my colleagues have articulated. For example, if we have a leader who doesn't have character, it's nothing.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So here's what I can say that I think we have. When we submitted our application to do this search, we're very clear in our documents about how we do this work and what's expected of all the parties involved. Secondly, before we began the search, the board asked for a session from us on best practices for search. We provided that session. These things were in that session. We're continuing along the lines we've already laid out. We're beginning to lay out a very tight timeline for getting this work done and finishing this process sometime in the spring. So it's my expectation that this is going to move in the ways that all good searches move, and that the tools that we develop will be utilized. And that's what we're going to push for.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, all right. Thank you, Dr. Brown and IHL for allowing this opportunity for campus community to speak. Before I start, can I just say this? I've been here for 20 plus years, Dawn McLean, professor in psychology. And like many of my colleagues made some very important valid points. But I think sometimes from a psychological perspective, people haven't thought about the trauma that this campus community has experienced. Dr. Ori, you do research in trauma. You're a clinical psychologist. we've had trauma on this campus.
Mhm.
Our students have dealt with it. Our alumni have dealt with it. Parents, faculty, staff, anybody who's tied to this community has dealt with trauma. And research shows that trauma affects everyone. It has little ripple effects on your campus.
Mhm.
Morale, apathy, empathy, how we interact with one another. And I don't think anybody has truly addressed the trauma that this campus has experienced to heal from it. The second thing being that my colleagues have made very, very good points, and I'm just going to share some of these with you that I think, from my perspective from sitting here, we need a leader who has values driven in their leadership. Jackson State has core values. Core values this institution has had for a long time. We need people to uphold, lead with those values: integrity, accountability, service, excellence, what we said about our students and our population, nurturing, learning. These are the same values we should be instilling in our students.
Mhm.
I'm a graduate of Jackson State. Those values were put in me. I had faculty who instilled them in me. We had leadership, presidents. We did that. So when I want my students to leave my classroom, I'm doing them a disservice if I'm not giving them the same core values. We need to get back to the basics. We have an ivory tower that our administration is housed in. People need to come out of the ivory tower. They need to walk the campus. They need to talk to the students. Faculty, my colleagues, we're on the front lines. We're in the trenches every day. We understand when students are having housing issues, bursar issues. We hear it, we understand it. The environment for advisement needs to be revamped. The pathways, career models, colleagues talk about international programs. Well, how about social mobility? When we look at US News and World Reports, they're giving us those numbers. When you want to send your child to a university, you want to make sure they can have a good job who pays them well. What are we doing to make sure our students have the proper internships, research opportunities? It's not all the time we have to go out of state. We can do public-private partnerships right here in the state of Mississippi. We have good industries here. We have good networking. Are we building upon those networks? We have alumni doing good things. So I think sometimes we don't reach our hands across the aisle politically, environmentally, neighborhood-wise. Our neighborhood, right here, Jackson State sits. Where is the network with the neighborhoods? Working with our environments, our organizations, working with people who are here, people who've invested. What are we doing as far as fundraising? Do we understand that sometimes people haven't asked the right people before, but we're willing to give money because we haven't picked up the phone, sent a letter, knocked on the door. Organizational chart. Do we know who reports to whom on this campus? What the units are doing? Advertisement processes, faculty on the front lines, and just have 360 evaluations from faculty, staff to our deans to know what's going on. We haven't had that in a while. And walk the classrooms, talk to the students, talk to faculty. And one thing that we're at a pivotal point right now in our institution. But Jackson State has seeds of greatness that never left. We just need somebody who can nurture, who has the right fertilizer, the right skill set, the right knowledge set, and knows how to bring on the right people to nourish our seeds of greatness. And hopefully we can get it right this time. And listen to people, data-driven decisions, but make sure you have the right data. Make sure people are giving you the right data in your data-driven decisions, and make sure people are giving you the right information. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's change the question a little bit and say, when you are receiving your next president, what are the priorities of action that you're going to be looking for? What should this person be doing first, second, and third once they get to this campus? Mhm.
Hey, hello, I'm Tiffany Horde Aaron. And I think the first priority of any person selected as our president would be the immediate approval by IHL to select their own executive cabinet members and to replace any executives that we still have in positions of leadership left from the previous two presidents. That's not in a slight to any of those people, but I don't think that anyone will be able to move forward properly under other people's selections. And that they select qualified candidates. We had a discussion last week with the faculty senate where there have been too many positions given, too many people in positions that don't seem to understand what those positions are, and just flat out are not qualified to hold those positions, except for being given those positions. And that is something that has become far-reaching on this university's campus from the very top all the way down. So I would like for the next president to have the authority to bring in qualified, vetted people for their positions of the cabinet, all the way to director level. The second thing that I think is most important, as Dr. McGlynn stated, that president works with whomever the provost is to get our curriculums back in order, because currently under the current curriculums that have been placed, these are not curriculums that prepare our students to go into a global job market. If we're just preparing the next worker to stand at Costco or Walmart, we're doing an excellent job. But under these curriculums, they do not give our students a fighting chance to compete in a global market. And the third thing that I think is most important will be to definitely have someone in our human resources, as well as whomever the chief of staff will be, understand the issues of pay and the provost to understand the issues of pay equity across this campus. There are just a lot of issues that are systemic that have gone on over the times, where people who have been here 20 plus years have been used to state employment. And so there just needs to be a revamp in how we go about measuring how pay is given, and where it's sort of removed from the discretion of whomever is giving the person the job. We do need an actual rubric, a guideline that most every other place that I've ever been has. And we don't have that here. So if I were in a position to hire you today, I could pay you whatever I chose out of my budget without regard to your title, position, and or experience. So we do need someone that can come in and also understand that that's one of our biggest issues that I think IGL would look at and see. We're kind of top heavy on some things when it comes to salary that can't be explained. There are secretaries making large salaries that could not go anywhere else in this country and make that unless they're a personal assistant to a billionaire. So, and then you'll have a faculty member that's been here for decades not making as much as a secretary. So there's a real issue with people being able to discriminately choose how they're going to pay someone. And I'm not complaining. It does not affect me, but in the many positions I've held, I do know that these positions, that this is an issue.
All right, thank you. Others want to speak to priorities?
Hi, I think the next person who comes in, the first thing they should do is a needs assessment, whereby they come in and talk to all of the different areas and departments about what they need. And once they do complete that needs assessment, I think they need to go back to those departments and work with them for implementing some of the different policies and procedures, because sometimes we get directives from on high, but they don't really make sense in the day-to-day. And I also think sometimes maybe the leadership is unaware of what is actually needed by the faculty to actually educate our students and, carry out our day-to-day duties. The second thing I would say is there are a lot of great things that are going on at Jackson State, but I definitely think we have a perception problem. I know even today, I sent out an email where we have students who are on internship who got great feedback. They're like, hey, we want to keep these students. We would like for them to, stay on a second year. But I don't know that that's the perception in the community, that we're actually creating excellence. And so I think we need to deal with that. And Dr. Horry, she mentioned one thing about HR. I've only been with the university a little over a year. And this HR process is, I have never seen, well, I take it back. I did see it with the federal government. But But it
Enough
takes,
said.
it takes an incredibly long time to get someone hired. And so I think we miss out on really great candidates because it takes us so long to, even after that person has been identified, to get them to come in and be hired. And I also do not think that our salaries are keeping track with the private sector. I understand we are public, but we are very far behind. And as a clinical psychologist who we try to recruit clinical psychologists into the university, it's very hard because the salaries are just not commensurate with what they can make in the private sector.
Well, that kind of a hiring process is death on a research institution. It kills things before they even get started. And you lose every great candidate you're looking for positions. So. Yep. Other priorities.
Right. Obviously, the first one is to assess, and like you have shared, talking to the departments and everything, be able to listen and understand what we all are going through. Talking to students, employees, get an understanding of our pain points, where we need help, because everyone pretty much who are here, they want to be here. Nobody forced them for them to be here. And we want to be able to serve the community well. Also, my colleagues talked about the salaries part, employment, all those things. Once they have assessed the situation, the next thing would be able to fill the positions. We have, I can say, like, pretty much all the departments are understaffed and everything. And when we are working, just because one person is able to do whatever the amount of job, they just let that person do those jobs. Because I love doing what I do and I'm willing to put whatever the time, but at some point we need to be able to fill those positions so that we can be able to help our students and faculty and staff be able to do their jobs better. That would be my second priority. The third one is going to be for the leader of this university, be able to have a kind of maybe meetings or some sort of engagement with the community. In the past presidents, they might just do like one meeting a year. We don't know what's happening, what's the vision, what's the plan. In that one meeting, we will be given like few bullet points and we are working on it, but no one knows what's happening. And 1 year goes and then we're in the same situation and nothing has changed. It's like the law of insanity, you know? So we have been doing that and we are not insane. We want to be able to do
like
better.
express your sanity. Yeah.
Yes, yes, and find some solution, probably, you know, that's what I have.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else on priorities? Well, this may be coming at the same thing from a different angle, but again, what are the biggest and most important opportunities for success for your next president? What would you say those are?
The resources available to that president right here on this campus. As my colleague stated, you have competent people. You have faculty and staff who care about the institution, who understand the history of the institution, the value of the institution, and with the competence to deliver. to train students to be successful, not only the job market, to go to the next level, to prepare them for graduate education. So the resources are here to a certain degree, but we have not, as a system, we have not developed a way, or we have not respected the value of the resources. You have faculty members with expertise in the field often leave the institution for better opportunities. You have qualified candidate that you want to hire, but you don't have the means, the financial resources to hire them. You have people who come here because when they notice that the infrastructure is not satisfactory for their development or for their success, they leave. You have people who've been here for years and years, they live here and join some of our sister institutions or other places because over the years, we have not maintained the infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, we talk about the physical infrastructure as well as the human infrastructure. Okay, then and those are resources, if maintained, can continue to go to university. So that's I say, like often as member of the school, College of Business, we do what we call the SWOT analysis. Okay, and that's what the question, opportunities. Your opportunities there, you can develop quality students and you have people that can do that. But if they are mistreated, if they are not careful, if they're not provided the support that they need to be successful with the student, then you lose them. Then what was opportunity become threats. See, when we have, colleagues, I've been here for over 30 years, and those colleagues have maintained this institution. And also, we have a legislature and we have an IHL system who, in my experience, do not understand the investment, do not value what it means to invest in the institution. We have building falling apart, but say, oh, we don't have any funds to provide for that. The institution have to go every year, submit appeals, submit requests to the board, and the board had to go to the legislature to find funds. All the funds said there is no funds. So you cannot have building, you cannot have physical infrastructure without planning to actually maintain them. We say, okay, we have students. Every president and every leader that I've been interacted here, they always make good speeches about what we want for our student, what we want for our student. And then as colleague mentioned earlier, our students come and they are promised housing, but there is no housing for them. And they come to us all the time. Well, I thought I was going to have, now I had to find an apartment. Then they leave. So what provide the opportunities that you have, your students are your resources for opportunity to maintain an institution and go to the institution. And you lose some quality, you lose some quality student. You have students who come here, high-performing students who come with scholars. They were promised scholarship and the scholarship taken away because we said we don't have a scholarship budget. We don't have enough funds. Okay, so what opportunity become threats? Because we cannot maintain those opportunities, we cannot nurture these opportunities. We cannot invest in the development of those opportunities. So what we say opportunity, then they become threat to your own survival. You see? So we can go on and on, talk about the opportunity that we have. We as a urban institution, okay, we should not be able to reach out to legislature, reach out to the business community. The business community should be looking out to work with us. You see? So then you can maximize those opportunities. Often that does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you. finally, because we're running out of time here, if anyone wants to list for us the things that you think are going well despite everything else, what are those things?
We have students and faculty who are doing outstanding things. We have students who are part of outstanding programs, faculty who are doing outstanding research. With band, besides that, athletics is doing well, but the core of this university, its mission is to educate our students. We have some faculty here who doing research nobody knows about. They don't hear about it. We don't get our story out there a lot. We know about it here on campus, but that's why I said we have to enhance our networks nationally amongst other HBCUs, tell our own story and tell it appropriately. We have projects that we're doing from CSET to College of Business projects, but unless you are in a room with your colleagues, talking to them on campus, people outside the university may not know about it. So we have to work in telling our story. Another thing, the question you asked a few minutes ago, I think was a priority. Could you repeat that question you asked?
Yeah, what the priorities that you expect the incoming president to address?
Our enrollment.
Mm-hmm.
Our enrollment. At one time, we have an honors college. At one time, we were admitting students under that enrollment college who took only honors classes. Well, that program has been revamped. Now they're sticking, the honor students take classes with everybody else, and those students were under expectation that they'll be having some kind of high level instruction, interactions with their college, with their faculty members. At one time, our honors college was a huge selling point for students enrolling in Jackson State. You had certain things with the honors college and the honors college program. So I think that's a priority we need to get back to, honoring those students who are doing very well academically, giving them opportunities. This might be kind of unconventional, but sometimes in Fortune 500 companies, sometimes in higher education, sometimes CEOs and presidents might ask everybody to give me an updated resume. Let's see your resume, what you've been doing here in the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is your resume looking the same way it did when you entered these doors in the academy? Let's see what kind of work contributions you've been given to this university. That's a priority. And I think that we really should have some real strong talks. I think Dr. Assad, maybe Dr. Luckett said it. I do community-based research.
Mm-hmm.
So we go into the community, we get feedback from the community, but sometimes some people in that line of research, they never come back to the community and tell us what's happening. So I think that even with these listening sessions today, it would be nice if 30 days in, 60 days in, 90 days in, IHL or somebody could come back and tell us, hey, this is what we're seeing, what this person is doing as a leader. These are things that we like. You all have any challenges or any issues still there? Maybe some check-ins from time to time with this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to address the question here that you asked at the end. What do we have that's going well? I believe in Jackson State, and I look at where we are and what we're doing, and I look at the outstanding colleagues that we have across this institution, across colleges, across departments. I'm proud of the people that I work with, and the outstanding people are here. And I believe Jackson State is positioned to grow by leaps and bounds and to become a shining star in the institutions of higher learning in the state of Mississippi. The long-standing rumor of the street committee has always been that there are powers that be in this state want this campus to become the University of Mississippi at Jackson. Everybody here has heard it. Everybody's heard. And unfortunately, the way things have been going, it feels like that's kind of the intention. We have the opportunity to challenge those PWIs and those other flagship institutions like the University of Mississippi and Mississippi State University by being in the only major metropolitan area and being in the city of Jackson, the opportunity for growth around here. I'm completed, thanks to a Mellon-funded grant, a feasibility study to build a new archive on this campus. I'd like to raise $25 to $30 million to do that. I'd like to launch that capital campaign, but I can't do that if we don't have a president who stays longer than 6 months to a year to 18 months. We have the opportunity to make this institution be the envy of every other institution in this state. And if we have the right leadership and the right support from IHL and the people above that, that could happen. And the university is just sitting here waiting for that to happen. But we need that leadership. We need someone with that vision, with that commitment, someone with that the moral standing, who is here and committed to being here to making that happen. And I see nothing but opportunities in front of us as a university, and all of these issues that we're talking about. It all begins with the leadership. It all begins with the president of the university. Leadership matters, and we have had terrible leadership. And so that's the opportunity is there if we get the right person.
Thank you all very much. That is the note we're going to have to end on. I appreciate your input. It's been very valuable to us, and we're going to proceed. So thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we're kind of out. There's another group coming. So
Can I say it in 1 minute?
sure.
I'm not sure where this would lead, but for the last couple of decades, we've been represented as Mississippi's urban university. It may be good to reevaluate what that says to people, because people outside say, well, that's a joke. If you're out of Mississippi, people in the state say, oh, that means you just go in the ghetto. We need to focus on some kind of PR that emphasizes that we are social mobility, that we are innovation, that we are about going upward, not just because of where we are.
Take a look at what Morgan State has done in terms of their branding as Baltimore's liberal arts urban university, and see how they've couched that together.
Yeah.
That
Beyond it.
might be a good model. Mhm.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me? All right. What do I need to say? I don't know how to even do this. Dre, be quiet. Listen, the faculty showed up and showed out today. I don't know if folks got a day off of their class or what, but baby, they was speaking up. Make sure that you, I'm taking Braxton to his occupational therapy. So make sure you share the live. I want to say this is the last session right here. We're getting ready to tune in. This is the alums. So share. This is going to be, it should be a good one because I think some of the people that were unable to attend yesterday will be here today. So make sure. But that the last two professors, he said I think he pretty much said why they don't want for Jackson State to be a successful. He just said we'd be the envy of all of the institutions in the state of Mississippi. Well, there's your answer right there. Um, thank everybody for coming. We have a live tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll do a recap of the listening sessions. We'll be promoting everyone completing their surveys. And yeah. All right.
I can't. We have to get started. Okay, we'll just win. Okay, I'll split the baby. 1 minute. We'll bring her up to speed when she gets here. Save her a seat next to you. Save her a seat. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for coming. We're so happy to see you here. My name is Kim Bobby. I'm a principal with AGB Search. AGB is the Association of Governing Boards for Universities and Colleges. It's an association that helps support board governance and board and leadership. And we also have a search arm of the association. And so that's where I'm a principal for AGB Search. And we find leaders for institutions like Jackson State University and others across the nation and sometimes internationally. So we're here because we want to hear your voice. You are about to hire a new president, right? And we're going to tell the world that you're looking. And so we need to hear from you as students what you're looking for so that we can write a true and positive outcome for this next hire. That means they have to know what challenges and priorities they need to be ready to step into. They need to know what they need to know to be successful. They need to know what the issues are, and they need to assess that from their own body of work to see if they are the right fit. You do the same thing, right? When you're looking for a job or anything like that. So we're trying to help them kind of understand what you're looking for through your lens. And that's the important lens of students. So we want to hear from you about challenges and priorities that they can certainly be ready and prepared to step into. Also, what's going well? Something's going good here, right? And we want to tell the good story about Jackson State. We want to hear from you what that story is that we can share with candidates. And then we also want to know what personal and professional attributes they need to deal with those challenges and priorities and to leverage what's going well. What do they need to bring to the table, right? As far as experience, outcomes, awareness, education, past history, inside higher ed, outside higher education, whatever you think is going to be the best personal and professional attributes, because I know that you want your next president to be successful and to stay a while, right? So that means we have to give them the guidance through the profile to see if they can be competitive in this search. So thank you for helping us do that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
Well, first, we've seen some of you before. We haven't seen all of you before. So we're going to tell you a little bit about who we are, so you know who you're talking to. Again, I've been with AGB Search for about 9 years as well. And I also do a lot of work on the governance and board side of the work as well. I'm a former president. I was president of Clark Atlanta University until 2015. Was there for 8 years. Before that, I was president of Savannah State University for 10 years. And before that, I was at Hampton University, first as a dean and then as a vice president. So we understand the sector. We've also done a lot of searches for HBCU leaders. We count 9 over the past few years that we have placed. Almost all of them being extremely successful. So we're pleased to be here with you. And you want to say anything else or just jump into the question?
Just jump in.
Okay, so the first question, what are the attributes that you're looking for in your next president? What personal characteristics, what skill sets, what capabilities, what background experience do you want that person to have had before they come to you? And when you speak, we want you to go to the microphone so that those online, because we're finding hundreds of people online observing all this, trying to get some sense of what's going on. We want to make sure they hear you too. So anyone can begin.
So who wants to go first?
And if no one wants to begin, I'm going to pick on somebody.
Thank
He
you.
just saved, I'm going to tell you who he saved, but he saved somebody.
Took the lead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zane McCorvey. I think to answer that question, I have for me, one thing would be a visionary leader. So one who believes in the vision of what Jackson State University is. And then my next point would be stability and commitment. So one, of course, who's looking to be the president of Jackson State University, but not see what's the next stepping stone for them. Again, we're looking for stability. And when we talk about presidents, of course, we know the tenure is between a 6-year period. Being at Jackson State, I've had for the last 4 years, being a senior, I had a different president every year. And so that's one thing I'm looking for, is stability. And then also a student-centered approach. I think as the president of a university, yes, I understand that the university is a business, but also the customers of the business are the students. And so I believe being student-centered and putting students' voices first before anyone is definitely something key to me. And then two more things: cultural and historical awareness. So being aware of the culture here at Jackson State University. We love people who can come in and bring new ideas, but also accept the culture and history here. And then lastly, strong communication and transparency. I really believe in transparency and communication and telling us even the good and the bad. We always hear about the good and we're grateful for the good, but also understanding that sometimes as a university, especially in the state of Mississippi, some things don't go in our favor. And so we want to, as students though, because we are the customers, we want to hear those things.
Thank you. All right.
Who's next?
Hey everyone, how y'all doing? My name is Jakari Holland. I'm a junior political science major and I serve as the current Student Government Association Vice President. The 3 attributes I would like to see in a president is integrity, / accountability, someone who makes transparent decisions and open to communication with the student body. Like my peer said beforehand, Zane, the students are the customers, so being transparent with the student body and how it will affect them. The next attribute will be community focused leadership. Most students that come to Jackson State University are from urban neighborhoods or urban backgrounds. So being in the city of Jackson, Mississippi, and being in an urban neighborhood, they come with the effects of redlining and different things of that nature. Make sure that you have community focused leadership and know how to deal with those students and have leadership specific for those areas. And next one will be analytical and strategic decision making. Someone who evaluates decisions complex as well, but also critically thinks about how it moves forward when they make those decisions and how it impacts students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Reagan Johnson. The characteristic or attribute that I would like to see in the upcoming president would be somebody who values our faculty and staff. Yes, the students are the customers, but the faculty and staff are the people that cater to our customers. Here at Jackson State, we do have a higher turnover rate for our faculty and staff, so ensuring that they're taken care of just as well as, just as well as the students is what is important to me as well for a person coming in to be potential president of Jackson State University.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's some seats down there.
Who's next? And we're focusing on attributes right now: background experiences, capabilities, personal characteristics, anything you're looking for in your next president.
You can always
We're
come
gonna-
back again. You can always come back.
Reagan again. I have one more thing to add. I also think that our president should have definitely have higher ed stuttering. Experience is the word. Being in higher ed is a different ball game. So that experience definitely would help alleviate a lot of the concerns that maybe the students or alum or faculty may have. I think Jackson State is a unique HBCU. So an alum of Jackson State would be a great pick for Jackson State University if possible, as a candidate for the president.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else on attributes, or have they covered it? Yes.
Hey, so the last one I would say is someone who works with, it's kind of an attribute, but networking as well, but someone who works with legislators. When you
Mhm.
think about funding for Jackson State University, even when it comes to dorms or different things on campus, you get legislation that get money for those certain things. So someone who can voice to legislators or have those connections to other people to actually get funded for Jackson State University, because when you have legislators in those positions to make legislation for things to happen, that's when the change comes. So someone that has open networking to that and knows how to connect around that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zion Washington. I'm a sophomore political science major, and I just prefer that the president actually isn't a JSU alumni, preferably because I just feel like it's better to have somebody with a diverse set of experiences outside of the institution. Yes, I understand that it's important that we know somebody, that we can have somebody that knows the institution, has been here, has experienced it, and understands what that the students are going through on the ground. But at the same time, it's also important that we have somebody that has different set of experiences, has seen other institutions and how they function, so they can bring something new to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate, this is a national search, and so we will be sharing this profile nationally, and we will generate a pool of people that feel that they can meet the challenges and opportunities and talk about how they will be a successful president for JSU. So, thank you.
Anything else on attributes?
Were you gonna say something? Oh. I thought you were getting ready to stand up. Not this time. Okay, we'll wait. We'll come back. Something to add? Mhm. Come on. Good. There's some seats down here.
Hi, y'all.
Yeah, you can pull that down. Yeah.
Hey, my name is Cameron Patterson, and I would just say that the attribute would be like someone that has genuine intentions when it comes to our school, someone that's making sure that they're doing whatever it takes to make sure that we're succeeding as students, as an institution, and also as faculty and staff. And that it's not just like another job for them, that this is something that they really take pride in. And yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else on attributes? We can come back to it, but let's move to priorities now. When your next president arrives, what are the 2 or 3 most important things for that person to begin to do? You let him run you off the mic?
That's what we like to see aligned.
Hey y'all, my name is Brianna Smith. I currently serve as the freshman SGA treasurer, and something that I feel like they should prioritize is not only housing for freshmen, but for all people, well, for all classifications. Because this year it was a lot of us, and a lot of us did not stay. Something else.
You said did not stay?
Some of the freshmen did not stay.
Oh, they did
And
not?
they're leaving
Okay.
after
And
this semester.
why?
Because they feel like it's not a great fit for them, especially a lot of up north people that are not from the South. Okay, that's it.
What made the difference? Was it just housing or?
I believe that because they're not from down here, they don't understand like the Southern hospitality. They don't understand that up north people are a bit ruder than us. And I just don't think that they're used to it. And if I can go back on attributes, I feel like that's something that our president could do. Make sure they feel welcome.
Everyone feels welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Peyton Lockett.
One thing that I think that the president or the new coming president should do is introduce themselves, like get to know the students, get to know the campus. If they're not on the lawn from of Jackson State University, just get to interact so people, one, know who you are, know your face, can put a name to a face, and two, just actually have that bond with some of the students that's on campus. Because one thing that's very important is having a bond with the people that you're working for at least. Another thing is having the accolades behind them, or like actually bringing solutions to the problems that they already know, or the problems that we're already giving out. So like, okay, if we have this problem, or you see this problem is something that's arising, already coming to the table with solutions for those problems. So have it, whether that's like a town hall, sitting down with all of the students, faculty, staff, and just coming in and just talking and be like, hey, these are some of the problems that I see y'all having. These are some of the ways that I see about going about making this change and making it happen, bringing it to life. So those are like two things that I really want to see from our new upcoming president.
Very good. Thank you. Other priorities for the incoming president. You didn't want to just jump over it?
Hello, I am Hannah Robinson. One thing I hope the new president would do is make connections with potentially other schools or surrounding areas. Mainly because we are in Jackson and we don't have too much resources. Our main thing should be outreaching to gain more resources. That is the biggest problem that we have now. So making sure that we have a president that can kind of already have like the charisma and like the confidence to go ahead and talk to more people and actually like kind of put down a game plan on like a mission. Like this is what we hope to see for our school in the future. Hope to like fix out the roads, the potholes, all those complaints that we constantly have. Hopefully they're actually like being heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Demery. One thing that I feel like a new president coming in has to focus on is infrastructure on campus. I feel like a lot is outdated and we need a lot of help with that. Not only like dorms, but like the library needs help, even in the like social center. I think that there's a lot of space on campus that can be used in better ways. And I know it costs a lot of money, but again, like they said, we need to be working with like funding, working with the government so that we could provide better spaces on campus. Somebody talked about a lot of students don't always stay on campus. We need to be doing a better job at ensuring students do. I am a student from up north, and luckily I do have felt at home, but you have to find your space. And it's hard to find your space when there's no spaces on campus. So that's something I think we need to focus on.
Thank you.
Very good. Where
Well-
up north are you? Chicago, that's north.
Hello, everyone. I am Italian Johnson, and I feel that something that the new president should come in and focus on is updating our academic catalog and making us more competitive with other programs, such as like my major, for instance, we have physics, but we don't have no focus in physics, like material science, nuclear, like any like specific programs that other schools and other HBCUs offer. And as well as like creating new programs for like students to like bridge off into other aspects like graduate school, or like if they want to do internships abroad or something like that, we don't have as much access to as we do now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kylie Harrison. The first thing that I would like the upcoming president, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Kylie Harrison. The first thing I would like the upcoming president to focus on would be evaluation of departments, faculty, and staff. I think that a large issue that some students have is a lack of responsiveness or just certain departments, certain faculty not presenting themselves, making themselves known, or showing up for students in the way that they should. So I think it's necessary to do an evaluation and make sure that those departments, certain faculty, certain staff are at a certain standard, even with issues like students living off campus, the shuttle system doesn't come pick them up. They don't know the schedule. We have drivers not reaching their location, so students are missing classes. Or financial aid not answering the phone, and housing not answering the phone. And so now a student doesn't have housing, even though they live outside of the country. So things like that, because that's entry level things that students should feel taken care of. Another thing that I would say would be the housing issue, updating infrastructure, working on infrastructure, the roads near campus, the housing, making sure that those things are taken care of. And then also expanding academic programs. I'm personally a pre-medicine major. I would say even for pre-nursing, possibly developing a nursing program or having MCAT classes added to the academic schedule, just focusing on specifics for students. And then focusing on interdisciplinary connections, reaching out, I think as Hannah mentioned, reaching out to other schools, reaching out on the legislative side, reaching out to the community, to community partners, and just forming those connections so that Jackson State is more connected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honestly, she couldn't have said it better. To be honest with you, took the words right out of my mouth, because I was just going to say we need greater accountability for some of the people that we have in this administration, and just making sure that we're holding up to the standard that we're holding our students as well. I also believe we need to pride ourselves more on academic prestigiousness rather than just things that we are illustrious for. I'm not going to go into detail on that, but we just need to make sure that our programs are prestigious and competitive, and that we're franchising as many students as possible, not just the students on this campus, but making sure that we're giving back to the city of Jackson as well. A lot of the money that comes to the city and appropriations that come from the federal level go to the institution itself. So let's just make sure that we're franchising the city of Jackson itself. There's a lot of blight housing in the area. Why don't we buy up these houses, buy up these properties, and make sure that we turn them into student dorms as much as we can? And just to sum up everything, because she literally said it perfectly, Kyla said it perfectly, making sure that we have greater accountability, we pride ourselves on academic prestigiousness, and that we're making sure that we're upholding all the morals of our institution.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jakaria Holland again. So I know I spoke yesterday about some issues, but these are two issues that are really critical when thinking about it. Is something with economics around the Jackson community, which particularly affects Jackson State University. So as well as when students come in, they face certain issues coming from urban neighborhoods, like I said before, where capital and things of that nature being invested. So working with those people, we have something on campus called the Career Service Center, which I feel like is not really reflected upon or how it can be faced or advertised to students. So investing in things like that to actually build career opportunities, using networking and things of that nature, and actually build your wealth with your career and what you want to go into, because it's what we're in college for. And going into I was talking about with urban neighborhoods and gentrification, you have certain areas outside of Jackson State University. Last year, I stayed off campus and I didn't have transportation. But also, when you think about it, with gentrification, when you're in urban neighborhoods, rent prices go up, and sometimes college students cannot afford that. Like my peer said beforehand, I was fortunate to have parents to contribute towards that, but also I didn't have a car, so I had to Uber to school every day. So when you look at certain campuses and how they come, certain campuses compared to Jackson State, we're really behind. Having shuttle services to come to campus to pick up students from those off campus, and actually working with those neighborhoods inside the Jackson community to face the gentrification battles that students have to face when going off campus. So working with surrounding neighborhoods, which is really about economics. So I think one thing they should really focus on is economics surrounding Jackson State University.
Very well. Hello, my name is Marcus Brown, and I just want to emphasize on what every one of my colleagues and peers said. So first, I want to emphasize definitely need to add more space to campus for students. So my first year here, I became a JSU Blue Ambassador, which is a student recruiter, basically. I remember my second year, which was my sophomore year, we recruited so many students. I knew that the upperclassmen wasn't really going to be staying on campus like that. So that's when the lofts, downtown came into play. So as a student recruiter, I would definitely love to see more higher graduation rate and not just a high acceptance rate, because we accept a lot of students and we try to get all of them here. And as a student recruiter doing tours and everything, we'd be like, a student would ask a question, what is your graduation rate? That could change someone's whole view of coming to Jackson State University. Two more things, making sure that their faculty and staff are here to help. and helping by doing their best instead of turning away so quickly. A lot of students here go back home or give up so quick because a lot of faculty and staff would turn them around really quickly because there's no resources to help or anything like that. So that brings me to my next point. I would love to start seeing more students get scholarships. There are a lot of students that deserve scholarships. They work their tail off to be here at Jackson State University, to be out here to represent Jackson State University, and they don't even have a scholarship. And those main students are in debt trying to pay the college to be here. So that's it.
Hi, everybody. My name is Janaya Taylor. I'm a junior psychology major from St. Louis, Missouri. Two things that I wanted to pinpoint is that I hope that the next president can prioritize the relationship between state and IHL board. I think it's fair that it should be fair that Jackson State get its as equal funding as other institutions in the state of Mississippi. I also believe that the next president should prioritize upholding not only the HBCU legacy outside to the public eye, but it's institutionalized as well. Like not only focusing on how we look to the media, but actually coming in and doing things on campus.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chloe Nash. Kind of what Marcus just said. He said, he mentioned about scholarships and being able to allocate that to more students. Personally, like I was a transfer student. I came in after my sophomore year, going into junior year. And Jackson State, aside from like the other scholarships that first time freshmen can get, they do have like 2 scholarships for transfer students, which is the PTK Phi Theta Kappa scholarship, and then the transfer scholarship just in general. However, I know that there are a lot of transfer students coming from community colleges who sign up for those. However, they were extremely limited. And I know that there are a lot of qualifying students for those. So I would personally like to see more money like allocated to that if possible, because a lot of those students who do come in, especially under Phi Theta Kappa, where you have to maintain a 3.5 to even qualify for it, they sign up for it and they still can't get it because it's so competitive, but it's really just extremely limited to as well.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Very good.
Lots of good information here. Thank you.
Anything else on the priorities?
Anyone, even if you already spoke, you can go back. We have time.
Okay, last thing. I think that another thing our president should prioritize is working closely with the faculty and staff. But I want to say not only during the hiring process, but as they continue their journey with Jackson State, I think will be very beneficial if we get younger people in offices, people that's just graduating from not only grad school, but from undergrad as well. I think a lot of times with keeping people that's been working here for 10 to 15 years, it's harder to get our institution to grow. It's kind of staying stagnant. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Davis, and just to piggyback off of 2 points that were made, the first point is it's about scholarships. Not only are they, even though I didn't know they were limited to transfer students, but I also feel like they're limited to STEM majors as well. Because I am a biology pre-medicine major myself, and I faithfully go on the scholarship I go on the scholarship website that Jackson State do have faithfully, but whenever you try to apply, you have to be a social work major. You always have to be a business major. There's really nothing for students like me, pre-medicine, pre-dental, pre-nursing. There's really nothing for us on there. And also, just speaking of the president just building a relationship with faculty and staff, I believe when that do happen, I believe that those faculty and staff excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm stuttering over my words. I believe that there should be some type of training, sensitivity training in general, especially for those who don't look like us. And even if they do look like us, they're not, how can I put it?
Take your time.
Yeah, like, yeah, basically.
Hear that. I mean, what?
Oh, so basically, just like foreign teachers, for example. Well, that's my main point. I feel like there should be some type of sensitivity training when it comes to accommodations, when it comes to just being a student trying to talk to your teacher. You can tell them something, but faculty would throw it in your face like, oh, I did. Well, not throw it in your face. No, I didn't mean to say it like that. But I'm just saying, like, they'll be the type, oh, I learned this in such and such grade. You should have learned that. I didn't do that. I came from a 2A school. I graduated with 51 other students. So the resources they had, I didn't have that. I really had to fight hard to get here where I am. And I just feel like there should be some type of sensitivity training for those particular faculty and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Ariana Hudson and I currently serve as the junior class senator. One thing I think the president should focus on is the coding of courses. They're kind of outdated and there also needs to be further training set in place. And I say that because I was charged $2,000 for a course that should have been traditional online class, but they had it coded as an untraditional class. So instead of me going in and speaking with anyone, they kind of sent me in every different direction. And it took me about 2 weeks to kind of get an answer. And I still was charged for it. They ended up giving me a scholarship, but that was because of everything that I had done on my own and I didn't have any resources for help. I had to do it on my own.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's important. That's important.
Hey, hi again. I'm Cameron Patterson. One thing I would say that the next president should prioritize would be transparency. As students, we go through a lot of things on a day-to-day basis. So I would say just setting up focus groups or setting out times at least once a month to meet with student leaders or students on campus to figure out what is going on campus, what they would like to see, or even if the president could be transparent with us about what is going on with funding, how we are all saying like we didn't know that things were going on, that other people are coming up and voicing their concerns. So just having like small things like this could make a huge impact on our college and the rest of our years here.
Thank you.
Reagan Johnson again. So one thing I think that the incoming president should prioritize is longevity within the institution. Like I said, stated earlier, turnover rates are very high here at Jackson State University, not only within the president role, but in various roles here on campus. So ensuring that we have somebody who has a mindset of long-lasting longevity here at Jackson State University is something that I think they should prioritize. Not only that, also integrity, ensuring that they're keeping the students as their forefront, also ensuring, like my colleagues have also said, transparency. That's another big thing that I think they should prioritize as well, because transparency also goes hand in hand with that longevity. And if the trust is there, then students and faculty and alumni will feel more confident in supporting the institution in every facet that we have here at the Jackson State.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. First and foremost, prioritize business. Okay, business, it matters. And also, with everything that everybody has said, communication. Communication is one big thing that this university needs. And when I say communicate, communicate clear. Communicate ahead of time as well, because I don't know if anybody else is like me, but I don't want to have change hit all of a sudden while I'm 3 hours already on the road and I'm here and this is happening, that has happened, and there's no communication. So yeah, that's a good one.
Hold on a second. You said prioritize business. Tell me more about what you mean.
What I mean by prioritizing business is taking care of business, not just talking about it. Don't come in here just saying, oh, I'm gonna fix up this, I'm gonna fix up that, and you're not doing what it takes to even do it. Oh, Lord Jesus, just touch me. It takes for you to almost be out of here. Breathe, okay, thank you. It takes for you to almost be out of here to, utilize the money and everything that is being put into this school. And also, I do feel like the next president should be very clear within how they're spending money, because I don't know if anybody else is like me, but you can tell when the presidents is spending money wrong because our tuition go up. And we ain't got no money but these last $2.
Okay.
Now, just for the record, you understand that one of the reasons tuition is going up around the country is the cost of everything just went up.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, you're too.
Another thing that I think,
Okay, let's listen to this young lady.
another thing that I think our next president should prioritize is not only campus security, but campus safety. We stay on a like bit of a open campus, and a lot of times people can just come on and off the campus. And I think a reason to that is that it's limited lighting. If you walk going up and down the plaza, you really can't see at night because you only use the Campbell South lights. Another thing that I think the next president should prioritize is building stronger relationships within like Jackson City. I think a lot of kids stay off campus. How can I say this? Okay, yeah. I just think that the president should prioritize deepening partnerships and relationships with the city, like lowering the cost of, well, probably can't lower the cost, but helping students pay for off-campus apartments because you got to get on and off campus. Working with community projects and things of that nature.
Thank you.
It's me again. So I kind of want to get off of what my colleague said as well. Prioritizing relationships and not necessarily burning bridges with a lot of our campus partners that we may have. I know that sometimes, like Marcus also said, keeping business and not incorporating personal into that, as well as building relationships with sister campuses within the state of Mississippi, or different cross-departmental opportunities that will also aid in educational development, funding opportunities that will bring more research opportunities to our departments they may not feel seen currently. And yeah, that's the comment I had.
Thank you.
Okay, Zane, and I think our next president should prioritize, I think the conversation right now with the focus on money, is part of the state of Mississippi and how we get funding from the state of Mississippi. But also asking those tough questions from the state of Mississippi. So in February of 2025, there was a bill, Mississippi Senate Bill 2929, which would introduce $68 million to Jackson State for housing. Within 14 days, that bill died in committee. So the question is, why did it die? And so having a president that advocates, especially on that state level, when we talk about a state of Mississippi and we talk about a HBCU, why could we not get $68 million or whatever other amount? But why did it die in committee within 14 days? What conversations happened in those closed doors? And as a president, I would like to have someone who's asking that question. What was that conversation in that closed doors? What did we do wrong? Was there anything that we could have done differently? Or is something that you all want from us so that we can continue to do those things? So I think we can't grow if we aren't asking those uncomfortable questions. And so I think we need to start asking those uncomfortable questions.
Absolutely. Thank
Pretty
you.
good.
My name is Jakar Holland. One of the critical issues I feel like we face is that, just bringing back before, how Jackson State is behind compared to other institutions. Like you said before, how you were a president at Clarkland up until 2015, and when we look at other campuses such as NCAT, North Carolina A&T, where are in urban neighborhoods. I'm going to technology equity inside campus. I feel like we're behind when you talk about Jackson State campus and how it isn't modernized. When certain student complains about student Wi-Fi and how slow it is not compared to other institutions, but I would say is fixing that issue. Actually going out and branching out to fix certain issues, to actually bring the technology aspect of JSU up and actually modernize it. I feel like a current issue that we have at Jackson State University is that it isn't modernized. Even going back to the shuttle issue, or going on how to fix those issues for students on campus, going back to the technology aspect of it all, we're in the 21st century. And right now, everything is based on technology. You apply to internships through technology, get your resume through technology, building those things, investing in different labs inside those buildings, the library, upgrading infrastructure inside there, technology speed with the Wi-Fi, everything. It's been on and off at Jackson State University since I've been a freshman here. Investing in those certain things to make the institution better because when you better promote certain things in there, that's how you take steps to fix the issue. And I feel like technology equity is a big issue at Jackson State University.
Thank you.
Let's see. We've got a few minutes left here, 10 more minutes,
No, yeah.
15 more minutes. Let's see if we can talk a little bit about the list of things. If we find somebody that really ought to be your president, what are the things we can tell that person are going well? What's good?
What's working?
Yeah, what's working? What's the solved
Come on.
problem? What's going well here?
Because candidates will ask us that too. And our notes are going to be, everything that you're saying won't be in the profile. It'll be summarized, but our notes will be for one-on-one conversations and we can give them more details, and saying what's happening that's going well is going to be important as well as the challenge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Hart Jefferson. I'm a sophomore political science major. I think there's been a lot of focus on like the issues on campus, but I think that like one of the key positive things about Jackson State University is the people here. And I think that's the main pull factor, that like, even though we are in a city and an area where we're being like consistently like underfunded and have like a lack of like good infrastructure, that's why we have people from like all over the country and all over the world who want to come here, is because of the culture. It's because of like the fact that when you come to campus, you experience like a warmth and connection to people that you might not experience anywhere else. I think that's one of the key things that's going well. I would say like educationally and academically, we have some really, really strong programs. I know like nationally, out of like all HBCUs, we have one of like the strongest education programs, undergraduate and at the graduate level. Our College of Liberal Arts is incredibly strong, from the program that I'm in, the political science program, as well as like our music program is incredibly strong that I also participate in, and like all of our other arts as well. So like from that background, like our education and liberal arts colleges and our like STEM programs as well. Like we have a really strong HBCU engineering program. Like academically and all frontiers is incredibly strong, and we have people like graduating from Jackson State and going on to like large companies, like whether it be like in Texas, like Shell and other like oil and gas companies, whether it be in like business and stuff. And there are graduates from Jackson State University who are all across the country doing amazing things. So I think that's one of our like key selling factors.
Thank you.
Some things that I think are going well with the institution is the collaboration and bridging the gap between alumni and students. I feel like a lot of students, I'm in the Career Services Center, and I think they do an amazing job with getting graduates of Jackson State to come back and show like or give advice on things that what we will face in between the next chapters in our lives, and things that we will need or things that we need to tweak and improve before we graduate, as well as the enrollment rate. I think the school have been doing a great job of advocating our schools. Despite the things that we have going on negatively, I think our name has been positively in the media, from going to Vegas, the Boom performing with different celebrities. I think we have the positive light on our institution right now, and that we're doing a great job with engaging and putting our program out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, Cameron Patterson again. I would say that one thing that has been going really well at Jackson State would be the community and family-oriented environment that we do have. I think despite whatever is going on inside or outside, that's one thing I say that nothing can ever take away from us. Jackson State is one big happy family, which is why I think it matters so much that when the president comes in, that they make it a point to get to know who we are as students, and also the alumni as well. We have so many alumni that are willing to give back to the school, to the students, but it's just a matter of bridging that gap and making sure like they know where the money is going, that it's being placed in the right hands, and that it's being used for the better good of the university.
Thank you.
One of the things we learned earlier today that I think is a real positive is that despite everything else that's going on, your alumni contributions are actually rising, which is crazy, but that's real. That's beautiful.
Just to piggyback off of community wise, and this is just for on campus, the family. I believe that Jackson State is doing really good when it comes to like different organizations. There's a place for all students. It doesn't matter if you want to be a pre-med major, or if you want to do like Bible study. There's something for everybody. Whatever you're interested in, they'll have it. And if they don't have it, students, I love how students just come together to get an organization started. We have many RSOs for many people, and I just love that about us. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Students, make it happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, again, I feel like something that we have is student engagement. I feel like it's always something going on. Like you can never just sit down in the bed like I want to do. It's always something going on. I also feel like I don't feel like nothing to sit.
Okay, well, if you think of something else, come back.
Hey, it's Marcus again. Well, I would like to shout out all of my colleagues. We have a great student leadership team here at Jackson State. Y'all can clap your hands right there. We have a great student leader team. And also, I would like to say this, speaking of Jackson State being the light, Jackson State is a standard, is the standard, of course, as we call it now. A lot of kids look up to being here. A lot of people within high schools and everything look up to being here. So I would say the tradition is pretty well here, and we are working to keep the tradition going.
Yeah.
And shout out to the alumni.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. What's going well? What's the good news?
Say, I guess one thing that's going well with Jackson State
Yeah, good. I could hardly hear you. Okay.
is the, I guess, student life. We still have some way to get back to where we used to be.
Mhm.
But I think as far as everyone, we are getting a little closer than what we
Yeah, go
have
ahead.
been.
Yeah. You good, you good. There's a fly that keeps coming this way.
But anyway, I just would like to say that I'm glad that there's a lot of support is here. So
Mhm.
that's a good thing. And
Mhm.
says a hand for that. But
Mhm.
I would want to ask a question to you all.
Okay, we're gonna stay on point though.
Okay, well, can I ask it later?
Yeah,
That'll work.
because we want the students that we're gonna hear, we want to hear what's going well.
Peyton Luckett. I would say one thing, I can't believe no one said it, but one thing that's really going good is our sports here, especially on campus. All of our sports teams, whether it's women's soccer, volleyball, they're all blossoming in their own endeavors. So all of that is going really, really well. And of course, we prioritize that a little bit more than we will prioritize like probably our regular students kind of in a way. But like that's a great thing on campus because that's a big tradition that we have. And then another thing I would say is like how we make the most out of what we do have. Like even if we have a lot of problems or anything, it is a fly going around. Even if we have a lot of problems or anything going on with the school, we still make the most out of being at Jackson State. We still make the most out of our time being here. And also just let alone like our student body, when it says student engagement, I would like to say like us being able to get our voices and like our concerns out, we have people to actually go to and talk to and be heard. Honestly, of course, that can get a lot of work done behind it, but like that's one thing that's also plays a big part is we actually are getting our feet, our hands dirty, and actually getting in the field and like saying, voicing concerns for not just us but everyone else in our community.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm also surprised nobody said this one as well, but we have an amazing band. Our band has been to the Super Bowl. They've been to the Rose Parade. They've done a lot of
White
things
House.
that. Sorry.
White House.
The White
yes,
House.
White House.
yes. Like our band, they are really the standard. I love going to school and when people find out, oh, you got a Jackson State, oh y'all band, they tight. I love their band, this and third. Like we just have an amazing band. Everybody want to be us. Go Tigers. But yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, we only got a couple more minutes.
Well, let's see if we got questions or anything else you want to say generally. Anybody?
Your question? Yeah, I just wanted us to get. One more, okay. Go ahead. Everybody that has something, line up. We don't want to miss anybody.
Sorry, I'm gonna make this really quick. It's just a general thing that I think I'd like to see more of on campus. So I am a political science major. I'm also a native of Jackson, Mississippi. So before I came to Jackson State, I grew up in this area, and I really just like to see more of a connection between the college campus and like the outer political climate of the state of Mississippi and Jackson as a whole. Jackson State University is an HBCU, and it's in a city with the predominantly Black population. Yet, if you look at the state legislature and the state government, it's like the people in power are not African American, and they make decisions that affect all of us, and they don't have us in mind. And I would like to see that change a lot. Also, I feel like sometimes politically on campus, like it's almost campus can be kind of apolitical in a sense. Like besides like voter registration drives and stuff like that, which we have a lot of, I would like to see more like outright like action on campus in regards to like raising awareness about issues in the city of Jackson and the state of Mississippi that affect all of us. So that's kind of just like a general thing.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Elijah Long. I just want to say that I think our next president should focus on mental health. I think that that's important in the positivity around campus. I think that that's important. Like you can't just keep going and going and going and going and going. You have to have a break. You have to have some time to really reset, refocus, rethink. And we have a place on campus called the Latasha Norman Center, and I don't think students really are.
What is it called?
The Latasha Norman Center. I don't think students are really fond of it, so I'm on an initiative with one of my mentors to see how we can get students to be more active in there and really take it serious.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, I wanted to add that another thing that I say is going really well here is our academics. I know a lot of us said that we don't have all the resources that other institutions in the state of Mississippi may have, but I think that we do make do with what we have. We have students that go to Harvard and other prestigious institutions that, you know, some people don't even ever have the opportunity to go to. So I feel like just giving a hand clap of praise to the students and to the faculty that do help us get to where we want to be with the lack of resources that we do have. So
Thank you.
All right. Very good.
I forgot something, but one thing what I can say is that speaking of those mental health, I think Dr. Elaine, she started it, but the mental health days, we do have mental health days, and I just feel like that was very considerate of her, and they're very well needed along with the Latasha Norman Center. But as she stated, I don't think a lot of people know about it. They always have like little open houses or whatever, but it's a wonderful environment, and the most we can do is just continue to get the word out about those particular resources when it comes to mental health.
Okay,
Excellent.
you're doing that right now, so maybe there's a way that we could highlight that in the profile.
Hey again, this is my last thing.
Sure.
My only question to the next president, and I'm looking directly in the camera. Will you be committed?
Well, I'm Seth Adams. I forgot to introduce myself. But the question was, would the current interim president have to step down if she?
We don't know that. This is a national, we don't get involved in that. This is a national
So that's
search
Laura's
and
question.
anyone can apply.
Okay. That's what-
Anyone can apply.
Okay, and these got to be the last two.
Right, because we have another session coming.
Just to highlight something, we're number 15 HBCUs, so that's something good, top 15. Also, we have a very good business, the College of Business, they're accredited out of not one out of many, but out of a lot of HBCUs where they're accredited, and they have a lot with the business administration and the business department that's going on. Something that I do hope for the next comment of the next president that's coming in is to work closely with the student body and the students. We have a student government association on campus with these students that are here that are representing it, actually working close with the students and actually make sure that change is coming. You can make sure that change is coming within, but you also have those student body advocates that advocate for the student body. And those people are lost in the shuffle. And what can we tell the student body? Because the student body is who the student body looks at us for information of what's going on. So actually advocating, actually working with the Student Government Association and those people that are in charge during that to actually make sure that change is going on, to actually stay transparent, because you can be you can actually make sure that everything is going on, but also it's about transparency and communication, because everything can be going on and going right, but also when things go wrong, I think the student body mostly cares about is transparency and communication. That's one thing that we keep hearing. So actually working with those people that are in positions that are students to actually be the voice of the students.
That's not really a fly. That's a spy bot from somewhere.
Oh, no, stop. Thank you.
I would just like to acknowledge too. Oh, Greetings, everyone. I am Jared Peterson, and I'm a student leader here, and I also serve as the 9th Mr. Jackson State University. I have 2 pointers I want to point to. Number one, I just would like to appreciate our current interim president, Dr. Denise Gregory, because she did get put in a position last minute due to uncommon circumstances. And I do appreciate her for her last minute commitment and her being involved within SGA and just other organizations here, because granted, she is a JSU alum, has a lot of experience, and these are her stomping grounds. And I like how she's open to everybody. So I just wanted to give her her flowers. But the second thing I would like to say is when it comes to the search of having the next president, I would like to advocate, and hopefully you guys can advocate for a background check.
Oh, we will do
We
background check.
do
Okay.
very thorough background check.
Background checks? Okay.
We get so far in your stuff, it's.
Okay, perfect.
Social media,
Yeah.
criminal, publications, anything,
Okay.
driving.
Financial,
Financial.
everything.
Yeah, well, psycho. And the main reason why I just wanted to bring the background check statement up was because I've been here since 2022 and I graduate in the spring, and I have been to a lot of presidential inaugurations, and I feel like each year I should not be attending a presidential inauguration. So that's why I asked about background checks. Thank you so much.
Gotcha.
Well, thank you. Thank you all. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. You are doing the good work. You're helping with the heavy lift of talking to a national audience and saying what students want to see. So thank you for putting yourself in this position and modeling leadership. You're leaders, all of you. Thank you.
It's a very rich session, so thank you very much.
The last and final session should be starting here momentarily. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I will see you guys later on tonight. Here, let me turn this stuff back on. They're talking.
My colleague.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for coming. I'm Kim Bobby. I'm a principal with AGB Search, which is the Association of Governing Boards for Universities and Colleges. Been with the firm since 2017. Been in higher education for about 35 years. I know I look so young. People go,
Give her the reinforcement, please, please. I'm getting to work with her.
So I've been, as I said, I was before AGB, I was with the American Council on Education. Some of you know about that, ACE, Developing Leadership Programs for Aspiring College Leaders. I facilitated the ACE Women's Network around the nation and did that for several years. And then prior to that, Chief of Staff at Prince George's Community College. Prior to that, faculty member and administrator and inaugural Chief Diversity Officer at the University of Puget Sound. Also a consultant with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for about a decade. And so that's just a little bit about me. And once again, I join my colleague in saying thank you for coming today and really giving us your input on the profile for this next president. What we can tell the president you are looking for in personal, professional accomplishments, what they bring to the table. Also, what challenges and priorities should they be looking at when they first get here? If you had to give them 3 top priorities, what would you say needs to be focused on right away? And then we want to know what's going well at Jackson State. We want to say there's a great story here. People love this institution, and we want to be able to give that kind of information that's fresh on the hearts and minds of the stakeholders like you, alumni. There's a fly in here that come out here. So if you see me doing that, that's why.
I think it's a spy bot myself, but that's.
And so we want to be able to say what's going well, because, and then a lot of times when you talk about what's going well, you can learn something from that to address pain points, right? So it's always good to examine why something is going well. So we want to hear that as well. So that's the framework. And once again, if you go to the mic, please introduce yourselves so our colleagues online can hear you.
Now, we want you to also know that the IHL board has been deeply involved in this process thus far. In fact, we even did a small workshop for them the other day on best practices in conducting presidential searches. We also know some of the board members have been listening online as we've gone through these sessions today. And of course, your commissioner is here as well, working with us. All right. So very pleased to have you all here. And so with no further ado, we'll jump right into the first question. And the very first question is, when you think about your next president, what are the attributes that you want in that person? What skills, capabilities, background experiences, et cetera, what personal characteristics you want to see in that person? And anyone may approach the mic. You've all been in classrooms, so if you don't go to the mic, I'm going to start picking people.
Yes, right
Yes,
there.
right there.
And you can adjust it up or down.
In the event that you are vertically challenged.
I'm just getting back from Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah, you can tell us on a bunch of levels. You got no more money.
You had fun.
Okay.
Yes.
It was
Hello, first of all, welcome to Jackson State University.
Thank you.
I'm Corrine Bishop, a graduate of this institution and formerly retired faculty where I served as chair of the Department of Education and Leadership. Also served as faculty senate president and was the recipient of the Headway Award that was awarded by the Institutions of Higher Learning. I'm looking for a president with proven experience, with a record and results. I'm not looking for one, but on-the-job training. I'm looking for a president who has those attributes, which interpersonal skill, a communicator, a listener, and committed to Jackson State University's faculty, staff, students, the alum, as well as the community. We need one who is trustworthy, one who has integrity. We don't need a person that does not have integrity skills. We'd like to see a president who is one that is student oriented. And I think that we should need that. One that makes decision and strategic. We need a president who will make decision with integrity. One that can balance short-term needs and long-term institutional goals. We needed one that will proven president that have trustworthy experience, leadership ability, a communicator, a listener, as well as a demonstrator. We need a president that is people-oriented, one that make decisions, one that embrace inclusions, and one that's faculty-driven, one that's committed to the faculty, understand shared governance in all of those issues, one with a visionary strategy that's promote, that is aligned with academic excellence, innovation, and community respect. We need a president who's, as I said, a listener in all area of aspect, who will remove dead wood from this institution. That's the term we use in higher education. There's a lot of dead wood. And as a graduate of family history and a family legacy, we can no longer. We are, I don't know where we are at this point. Most alums are upset, some are not, with the former presidents that we have had at this institution. And there are a lot of more, but I will let my alum come and give their version. You asked and I told you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you. You put it on the table.
That's the first say.
Okay.
Oh, no, don't say anything, that's the truth.
Others.
Other input. I was wondering the same thing.
We're gonna move over here so you can be close to the mic.
Yeah.
So, because everybody has to go to the mic, so we don't want you to have to travel, because you're gonna get up and have a lot to say, so we want to get you closer.
Unless you just didn't get your steps in today, you want to use this opportunity. So
Others.
anybody else?
Attributes.
Attributes. Yes, sir.
What you want to know, we want to hear what you think they need to bring to the table as the next president.
Attributes. Anyway,
That's your personal and professional attributes.
What's the question?
same
You answered it.
question.
Yeah, same question you answered. We're just trying to get other feedback, but I know you said a lot, so.
Oh, yes.
You covered a lot of territory. Mhm.
Okay.
Take your time, take your time. Yeah?
Yes.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Patricia Jernigan, and I am a former employee or retired employee of Jackson State as well in the international programs here at Jackson State. And one attribute that I would like for the president to have one with international experience. One that's able to understand that that is important to have on your campus, international students from all the different countries. Being an international person myself, working with international students and international visitors coming into the campus. At one point, we had students from at least 80 countries here on the campus of Jackson State. And I would like to see that type of university be revived. We had all kinds of programs. And I think if that president has experience in international education,
Hang on, y'all. Bear with me. listen. You done messed me up to jobless visit. I done called the police because I'm doing a refund. A refund is due unto me. Don't feel like I just been abused out here today. God ain't pleased with this. You can't do the saints like this. Boy, I don't even know if I'm gonna sit out here till the police come too. I'm gonna sit out here till the police come. I'm doing a refund. Cause I'm doing one of me.
bring someone here, what I'm trying to say, be willing to have a program that's meet those goals and objectives, that we would have a student international oriented college, university here. So to me, that's very important that we have that international branch, because we've had several students that have gone on to want to go to another country in order to be able to help, to assist. We had one student that went to Ecuador and went back to Ecuador, took a semester off in order to help the people there build a bridge. So we've had lots of students just going back and forth to these international countries. Lots of them went over to Teach America. We have students all in those programs right now. Where is the lady from? You remember Karen? The young girl her mother was the airline, worked at the airline. She's in Dubai. So we have students that are still out and that are enjoying the international arena. And I think that that's very important on this campus. I think it was good for our students as well as for the international students to be able to interact and mingle with each other. And language as well. We had the FLT program. I'm sure you're familiar with that. Whereas we had students learning all kinds of languages. We had, mine is going blank because I've been gone a long time.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, maybe so, probably so. But we had several different types languages that we were teaching the students here. And I think that that's very important to bring that back rather than just, we have the traditional languages now. We have the Spanish and we have the French. But we had the Mandarin, the Chinese, we had Turkish, we had so we had all kinds of languages, and everything. And we had programs where students went all over the world almost, and everything that was coming in, going out as well. And they really, the experience is nothing like an experience when you travel international. And I think that the president needs to understand that. And if your president hadn't done anything internationally, they're not going to promote international. So let's get that going, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else on attributes from anyone?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Tim Rush, and I'm an alumnus, lifetime member, 1877.org. We need, well, first let me preface by mentioning my dean of students, my former dean of students, Dr. George Abbott Johnson. When they were replacing Dr. Peoples, he said, Tim, anybody can be president. And being a 20-year-old at the time, I thought he was being joking. But as I lived long enough, as Mama would say, keep living, you'll find out that they can sit anybody in a chair and call them president. But we need a visionary. I don't know if you had opportunity to view this campus, but our house is falling down. We have 2-3 housing facilities offline. TB Ellis is offline. And I don't hear a plan about bringing them back. Unfortunately, we're in the deep South. At the PWIs, they can build a new residence hall from the ground up in 14 months. We can't renovate one in 4 years. We need a visionary leader who is not afraid to fight for this institution.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
I love your comments. Good afternoon. How's everybody?
So,
Wonderful. My name is Jenny Griffin, and I'm a former employee here at Jackson State University. I spent in excess of 21 years here working in the physical plant. So one of the attributes, I think, and it's in line with what that gentleman just said, for the most part, your physical plant serves as your heartbeat, whether anybody believes it or not. There was a study conducted many years ago by APA, which is the Association of Physical Plant Administrators. And that's an association that most institutions of higher ed facilities are governed by, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that, the poll basically questioned about 1,000 students. And they asked, why did you select your institution of choice? And, for the most part, you would have thought that the answers would have been overwhelmingly because of the academic programs that they provide and all of that. But the statistics beg to differ. It was because of the physical facilities. The students felt that if the lights were lit, the grounds were cleaned, you provided a great environment for them to live.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that the administrators were concerned about their well-being.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be vitally important. And ironically, I ask presidents anytime I'm in there in front of them, what's your take on your physical facilities? Because you go to the PWIs, and I just left one. Every year, a new dormitory is going up. Here, it takes us years. And a lot of it's because of preventive maintenance. So I guess the attribute for me would be, what is your experience with overseeing a physical plant? Where does the physical plant, from a scale of 1 to 5, how does it factor to you? Is it important to you? Because at a lot of HBCUs, you see, like, we're an afterthought. We just have to piecemeal all day long with everything. And we should be the front runners, in it. Because if the environment is conducive, everything else is going to fall into place. Because there's an old adage, next to godliness is cleanliness. You clean her up, they're going to come.
Mm-hmm.
So the physical plant is my part. Where does that individual, how do they see it? How do they view it? What is the level of importance for it? Because if we don't provide the environment, when they come in, that's our role. We're the first leg to any college campus, preparing the way, right? So when they come in to teach, they shouldn't have to worry about lights being lit and all this kind of stuff, because it throws everything off, with it. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Thank you.
very good. Anyone else on attributes?
Personal, professional attributes, accomplishments.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my phone. I'm not used to speaking. I'm actually a singer.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, sing it.
No. I need some more musicians with me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. My name is Cassandra Fowlks Wilson, and I'm from the class of 1981. I'm a second generation Jacksonian. My parents went to Jackson State when it was Jackson College. And I graduated in 81. So I'm a second generation Jacksonian from the city and also the university. I believe Dr. Bishop, may I call you Dr. Bishop? Because I feel like you're a doctor. You mentioned something that's very important. It's very important that the president represent the community. And I get the feeling that the last few presidents don't have any kind of interaction with the community. They don't understand the history of the institution. We are a community of educators. So why not try choosing someone who comes from this community? I know, it may sound strange, but it makes perfect sense. It's a good fit for the city, and it's a good fit for the university. Now, let me see. Let me check my notes and see what other attributes we need to talk about. The reason we need someone who fits with the community is that we need to tap into a generation that remembers. In order to know the end, you have to know the beginning. Who are we? Where did this university come from? What are the values? We seem to have gotten off course. We've lost our direction. We don't have that moral compass that we had in the beginning. And, I'm not going to talk about the past few presidents, but we all know what has happened. I'd like to see a senior, an elder come in. We need an elder now more than ever. We can't just toss aside people that are over 60 or over 70. That's where your wisdom comes from. That's the most important thing. Not some 50-year-old who's out here trying to socialize. I don't want to see another president step, stomp, or stroll on the yard. Come on now. I want you up in that office. You can look down, that's all right. But you need to be working constantly, and you need to set an example. So we need somebody who's, let's just say, mature. Somebody who's not interested in running around and socializing and being seen. Maybe somebody 80 years old, because Moses was 80 when he led the children, the Israelites, out of Egypt. So let's not forget that. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Others, attributes, personal, professional attributes. No, yeah, okay. Take your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wingora Thompson. I'm class of 2011. That was for undergrad, and then my doctoral degree in 2021. I too am a second generation alum, and might have some. I definitely can identify with some of your comments and hope that I can tie them in with the ones I have as well. I find myself very passionate about this particular issue, as many have already shared. We've seen our share of in and out, a revolving door of leadership for the university. And I believe that our next leader can be one that is strong, well-prepared, that intends to lead the university forward. And so I'll name a few things that I've noted. They need to be well-rounded. So to the folks who mentioned international studies, engaging people abroad, and that's despite what's happening politically at the moment. This world still exists. It's still global. The economy's still global, all those things. And so they should be well-rounded. They should know people in the US and abroad. They should have connections, if possible, in the US and abroad. They should be politically astute. They should know how to navigate and weather different regulatory environments. As I mentioned, right now is we could say, volatile moment in history. And so what does that person know about the past to inform moving forward to the future? Mm-hmm. And also, how prepared are they to engage not just our state legislators and leadership, but also federal, but international as well. A critical thinker, so someone who can make decisions informed by their fellow leaders who they pulled on to advise them, I say strong-willed, not in the sense that they don't bend at all, but someone who can back up the decisions that they're making and can show how well-informed they are. Well-respected everywhere and can show themselves well-respected in the community, as well as someone who's level-headed, who has decided to be mature and takes the job seriously and wants to see the best for students, alumni, for faculty and staff, and the legacy of the university. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're hearing a lot of these things from we're hearing some themes emerging.
Mhm.
So shall we shift to
Yeah.
priorities?
Mhm.
Oh, sure, absolutely. We want to hear from you. We want to hear what's on your mind.
My name is Robert Creer, Brigadier General, U.S. Army, retired. I am a 1975 graduate of Jackson State through the ROTC program. I've served on the Development Foundation Board. I have a atrium in the College of Science, Engineering, and Technology named after me. With that is a $1 million endowed scholarship for those majoring in STEMs and ROTC. All four of my kids, although they went to schools all around the world, are graduates of Jackson State. And I have a grandson who's a senior here right now. So I have a passion for my alma mater, Jackson State, and what it stands for. And I would certainly like to get someone who is a values-based, role model. Someone who is recognized for his or her personal and professional attributes, be recognized by not only peers, but also professional organizations for excellence. I think that person should also demonstrate a record of philanthropy towards either Jackson State or other institution of higher education. And I really like the physical plant because I'm an engineer, and every installation, we're in charge of making sure that they in fact are good. And when I parked my car and came out of the gated area looking for the crosswalk, which is a safety consideration, and because they had done some work on the ground, they had paved over the crosswalk. So there's no crosswalk, and these kids are going back and forth on Dalton Street there. So that's just, again, you also need a president who has attention to detail. When I go into the bathroom, which I always stop in, half the sinks don't work. There's no soap dispenser. They don't work. And so again, attention to details, and has been already discussed. Small things, it's a standard. And so if you bring in young people in who are impressionable, you want to be everything at the highest standard. So they know when they leave here, that's what they're looking for when they go out into the rest of the world. I need a proven leader who could be a fast mover, or could be someone who's been around a while. I just need someone that wherever they come from, they have moved through their ranks because of their ability and their accomplishments. Should be merit-based, and to say that, hey, this person has done this or whatever, then wow, they could probably do the same thing here. This person could be someone who's successful in corporate America. I think a lot of things we do at Jackson State could be in corporate America. I've been retired now for 18 years. I'm chairman of Rye Development. We're the leading developer of hydropower in the country. And so I think some of those attributes that gets you successful in that world is certainly would be needed here. For example, we have to have lobbyists. We need someone who understands the importance of legislative liaison at the national level, at the state level.
And then it's been mentioned also, the partnership that you have at the local level. That's so important to, especially Jackson State and the community. I just got back from, Las Vegas also. And it's amazing the number of people, the following that we have from Jackson State. So we owe a lot, to this community. And so we should give a lot to the community. That should never be underestimated. We need someone who also can surround themselves with people that are not necessarily think the way they think. We need people who can not get so enamored with themselves that no one can tell them anything. We need people who can say, hey, they can talk freely and express their ideas, because that's the worst thing a leader can do is start, I call it drinking their own Kool-Aid, because sometimes they get in these positions, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So we have to be very careful of that. The person has to be a fundraiser. One thing we need in Jackson State is money. And there are many ways of getting it. Corporate is one way, but we don't do a great job of even reaching out to our alumni. And it's just, it's in, that person has to recognize that. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why, but, as a leader, there's no excuses. Let's figure it out. Let's touch every alumni as many times as we need to get them to, participate. I don't mean just always begging, but I know in the military, we went all around the country, all over the world. It'd have been great just to know when if I'm in Colorado, that Jackson State is out there playing basketball with the Air Force Academy or whatever. I mean, you just never knew. You had to try to keep up with your alma mater versus, I know some of the PMIs, my peers get inundated with stuff, not always asking for stuff, but they actually are asking, but they're doing it in a way that they're keeping you informed as well. So we need someone who can understand how important that is to touch the alumni, to get them passionate about giving back to Jackson State. And then once you do that, others will be glad to corporate America or in other people outside of your alumni base would be inclined to give as well. And then they must have a passion for the students' education, but also for staff development. And let's see, I think that's. Yep, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a good list. So now we want you to think about, when you think about the presidency, you said that you laid out the attributes they need to bring to the table. There's challenges and there's prioritizing challenges to deal with, right? You can't do everything at one time. You can't prioritize every challenge. So what we want to hear from you is, if you had to give the president some direction or recommendation for the top 3 challenges that they should focus on right away. Now housing has been well established as one of those. So can we think to add, so including housing, we got that, right? We know that that's a big issue. I'm trying to get a few more. So if you wanted to give the top 3, if you want to give them a sheet of paper that said, here's what you need to focus on, the top 3 things, what will be on that list as priorities or challenges that need to be dealt with, other than knowing that housing is already on that list?
I guess it's my time.
Yes, it's your time. It is your time. Take your time.
Thank you so much. I'm Lucille Green. I consider myself a lifelong learner, and I'll let you know why. I got married early. I finished 1 year of college and I got married and I had 4 babies. And later on, 11 years after, I returned back to college. I graduated from my first degree in 1977, Dr. John Peoples. I was sitting on the front row. I remember him well. I went to sleep, leave alone. I remember that. Then I continued, I got my master's degree, 1981. And then I did a lot of other things, but I came back at the age of 68. And I got my PhD at 70 years of age. I know I don't look much older than that, but I did. I know how you feel. I'm a lifelong learner and I believe in education. And you talk about the priorities, and I was sitting there and I was thinking, did you not know that our students is our #1 resource? It's absolutely the #1 resource, because we have no students, we have no college. And so once our students get here, we have to make them feel good. And I was listening when you were talking about the bathroom and all that stuff. The president can't do all of that, but there are other people that are in charge, and you got to make sure that they're doing their job. And so a president themselves need to know themselves most of all. First of all, you got to know who you are. You got to know your strengths, and you got to know your weaknesses, and you got to know you can't go it alone. You got to have some legs to walk with you. So that's talking about your staff, your faculty. You got to have them. You got to treat them good. Make them feel like they're really somebody. Love on them. It doesn't hurt. Appreciate them. It doesn't hurt. Have your little meetings. It doesn't have to have a little happy. Everybody go away with something. You don't know how much that different that made. So I just know that president needs to, first of all, be self-aware, know who I am as a person, know what my limitations are. Oh, I can't do everything, so I need somebody to help me. So if I have my vice presidents and those that's on, we should sit around the table and we should talk about some stuff. I know what I'm supposed to do, and you know what and every now and then we're gonna check in. And if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, you gotta have some courage to, okay, we're gonna have a nice talk. I love you dearly, but since you're not doing what you gotta do, we need somebody else to do. We don't have to do that. Cause you got dead weight.
Okay.
And dead weight just doesn't work. I worked in the industry and I'm so glad. Because when you didn't do your job, you just didn't stay around. And someone else was there and replaced you. And we had to stop this friendship stuff because it just don't work. Because you're gonna lose something. I love you dearly, but when it comes to business, that's business. I have 4 adult children, and they know when mothers speak. At 4225 Oak Lake Drive, I don't care how grown you are, but when you come under that roof, you respect there, and I don't even have to say anything. Because who is in charge? I'm in charge. So you have to do that. And you gotta be a strong leader. You gotta have courage. You can't do it without it. Be scared, you get nowhere. Call Sally in, it's okay. I know she's done, I know, but I love her dearly. But she ain't done, I gotta say it, I love you dearly, honey, but we gotta talk. And when we talk, we're gonna part friends, we're gonna be mad. That's leadership.
Okay.
So I just believe that truly. I've been here. I love Jackson State, but the history of Jackson State is what I love the most because we are rich in history. We were found by the preachers, okay? We are somebody. Go back to Natchez, Mississippi, and we got started there with the preachers. Little folk got started, but we came to Jackson. And we went up there on State Street. And we were making too much noise, and the folks didn't like it. And they put us out here. They never thought that we would thrive and survive. But look at us now.
Look at us now.
We got to teach our history because we got to deal that pride, put that pride in our students and let them know you're somebody. Jackson State is rich with a rich heritage.
Okay.
And we got to instill that in them. Those of you who haven't read it, should go back and read it. It's there. I memorized it. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's my take.
Thank you. Someone else, challenges, priorities? What should the next president, go ahead. And that's okay if you have a line over there. Challenges and priorities that the next president should address.
All right, thank you. I'm Avery Phillips. I spent a good 41 years at Jackson State University as a teacher, retiring as Dean Emeritus of the College of Ed, and spending 11 good years as Faculty Senate President. So I've been around a while in a number of different capacities. And I have to admit now that I'm going to stretch my stuff so that it fits what you were getting before as well as what you're getting now. Okay. Number one, the new president has to emphasize the importance of liberal arts education. We don't hear that talked about very much, but it's critically important. It's the backbone for critical thinking and the backbone for creative thinking. It's absolutely necessary so that people are open-minded enough to accept new ideas. We have to emphasize liberal arts education. I was very disappointed that I read through the Ayers case and the settlement and everything, that all the talk pretty much was about the advanced degree, but very little on liberal arts education. And if you lose that, there's no sense in even talking about a university. Secondly, the new president needs to rebuild strong relationships with the faculty because shared governance is important and the university can go nowhere without its faculty being supportive and creative and competent. Over the years, that had been falling down, but it needs to be rebuilt. All progressive universities value shared governance. Number three, the new president has to come in showing clearly that he understands, or she, that they understand, appreciate, and has lived the Black experience, preferably at an HBCU. There is no way you can import folk in who have no understanding, no appreciation for HBCUs, and then going to lead an HBCU to a higher level. Number four, the new president has to come in, and when he or she comes in, they have to make sure that they are a valuable part and linked with the community. It makes no sense to import an educator in who is going to remain a sore thumb to the rest of the community, who does not understand how to link the community behind the university and see that it advanced or that they advance together. These are some of the thoughts that I think the new president has to. Oh, one final one.
Okay.
This one has nothing to do with present company because I haven't visited the university a lot lately, but I know from visiting other campuses and from calling around that the new president has to make sure that there is a high degree of professionalism when it comes to the staff, so that everybody feels that these people are competent and that they are concerned and compassionate about everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Others, top three, just your top three, because you know a president can't focus on everything. Top three priorities and challenges that need to be addressed. Oh, careful, careful.
I'm good. I promise I'm good.
Take your time, take your time.
Embarrassed more than anything else.
No. No, even worry about it. Those fears jump in there.
You went down cute. It's good.
Please don't put this on camera.
It wasn't.
I had a passionate discussion with my
are.
son
You
on the
are.
way over here.
You are.
And
Your
what?
name, your name, you are.
Thank you. My name is Jean Frazier. I'm a graduate of the class of 1976, born on campus in 1955. I had a passionate discussion with my son on the way over here, and we were talking about what we were looking for in a president.
So we had the discussion too, Cassandra. It's good to see you. And I kept telling him about the tradition, longevity. He said, Mom, please get out of being stuck in the 8-track generation. And of course, he said his generation does not necessarily mean that being regulated to age, but it's to our mindset. So and I mean, the discussion got pretty heated. He said, because we refuse to let go of our old thinking, and it has created a chasm with not only millennials, but those that are coming behind them. He said, I said, give me an example. So that's the way you bridge, start breaking out. I said, give me an example. He said, for example, have you thought about the number of students that were on the yard walking through the pass 2 weeks ago when we had the Yard Fest? I said, well, talk to me about it. He said there was a great fellowship. People were, pressing the flesh, the whole 9 yards. Experience was great. But when you talk about a conversation about what we want, it always goes back to 20 and 30 years ago. The only relevance point is sports. He said, we do great in the stands. We do great on the gridiron. Las Vegas was great. He brought it back Sunday evening. Las Vegas was great. All of that is great, And he brings it back to the point where there are broad experiences, all of the new age technologies, all of AI, all of that is burgeoning. But when we keep talking about putting all those interactions and putting them into play with the acumen, it is hard to break down those walls and to move past our methodologies. That's what he said, that they are having a real hard time having a time to grasp. So that's number one. Priorities. It used to be when we talked about HBCUs, it was a given. If you asked everybody in this room back in the 60s and 70s, they had children. It was not necessarily about where your children were going to school, it was when they were going. But right now, all of us are competing against each other. Our children now have choices. And when they go outside of their communities now, they are not necessarily making HBCUs their priorities. So we're competing against community colleges because, number one, their prices are better offering and it's becoming more attractive to parents. Number two, scholarships and the experiences are becoming so much more attractive to them when they're coming out of 4-year high schools and they're going on the campus tours, and the resources that they see inside of the classrooms, the dormitories. It's a hard sell for them to come back on a HBCU campus and for them to have to pare down and make the comparison to the resources with an HBCU. So the 3 top priorities I would say would be this HBCU president in the 20th and 21st century. He has to be a real heart fundraiser. He has to be out in the community. He has to be able to do, She has to be able to get inside the churches, the nonprofit organizations, the community service organizations. I mean, athletics is fine, and y'all know I'm an athlete. But at the end of the season, when the X's and O's are over with and those books are closed, those external dollars that we have to raise to be able to advance those scholarships, to fill the development scholarships that are only gonna be half semester. We need those dollars. We need those dollars for first, second, third, and fourth year. Top three priorities again are gonna be community engagement, recruitment, debt management, and financial stability. And then I would think the third one would be stability in the ranks and stability on your campus. That would be
Thank
my
you.
top three.
Thank you. We've seen these themes. We're seeing some themes emerge. And so this is good that we're hearing from you.
Yes, ma'am. I was born on this campus in 1955. My mother came here in 1949. So, you know, we've seen Jackson State from Campbell College to Jackson State, to Jackson State statehood, and to Jackson State University now. Please don't put my fall on.
No, we won't.
camera.
We won't. No, we
Please
won't.
edit this out.
He said it. Yeah, we won't. So we have another question. We want to shift. I know we're running out of time, so we want to try to get everybody in. So if you want to make a line over there, that's great, because we want to make sure everybody that wants to say something gets an opportunity. So the next question after this is going to be, what's going well? What's the good news? What can we tell candidates that's working well? And we all know that if something is working well and we examine it, we might be able to learn something to apply to pain points. So that's going to be the next question after this gentleman. And you can address that.
Good
question
evening,
too.
David L. Archie, 1986 graduate of Jackson State University. See one of my classmates here, a good doctor. The three top priorities. As I look around at Jackson State University, and I go to look around up at Ole Miss, and I go up to Mississippi State University to look around, I'm not seeing the same thing. I'm not seeing that Jackson State is growing from all four corners of the university. With that being said, I am looking for a president that understands building something, building on what we already have. I want a president that is interested in building a football stadium on the campus of Jackson State University. I want a president that when IHL say no to that president fight back and say yes to IHL. And all those that want to underfund Jackson State University, that is going to stand up for Jackson State University, that's going to make absolutely sure that the voices of the alumni, absolutely sure that the voices of the students here at Jackson State University and all over this country is heard. That one will not be afraid of their job. One that is long lasting and winded and just can stand for everything that is right and against everything that is wrong. We are last to build a stadium on the campus of Jackson State University. Alcorn got a small stadium, Mississippi Valley. Ole Miss got a fabulous place, Mississippi State, fabulous place. And we are in the capital city, and we have to go and play football at an old, tore-up, raggling 1950 stadium that was passed down and handed down to us by Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and USM. They would dare come to play at that football stadium again. And so we ought to be embarrassed and shamed for those that think that it's a great place to go. I ask those people to go and try other campuses around this country and look at stadiums that are being played in where we can make money from the games and alumni can pitch in, where we can sell sweets and everything else that go along, good popcorn and Coca-Cola and all that good stuff. So that's the president, that's number one. I cannot touch on number two just a little bit. I think most of the presidents that come to Jackson State University are just simply afraid of IHL. I think that IHL has chosen the last few presidents to represent Jackson State. And it's like they put something in that president to not to speak up and to speak out about the shortcomings of Jackson State University. I've yet to see a president of Jackson State University to step out and challenge the governor of this state and to say to the legislators of this state that JSU is underfunded, and as much as Ole Miss and Mississippi State need, JSU need more. And that is the president I want to be committed to getting that done and not afraid to make it happen. And we will support that president. It's time to end the fact that the only time that you see the president of this university is at an event. No relationship with the community, no relationship with the business community, no relationship with the surrounding communities, just no relationship whatsoever. Come to the office here, go home, go and do the duties of Jackson State, and that's it. And that needs to change, and it needs to change right away so we can get more support from Jackson, Mississippi, and the surrounding area.
Thank you.
That's the president I need for in terms of dealing with IHL. Now, we understand that a president runs a university. Now, when Mr. Deion Sanders was on this campus, he should have been the president of Jackson State University. And the reason that I say that is because this university received more attention under the leadership of Deion Sanders than we perhaps have ever received in the last 25, 30, or 40 years. I've never seen a game day come to a Black university in this entire country. It came to Jackson, Mississippi. Wouldn't it have been a wonderful thing if we'd been able to offer game day on the campus of Jackson State University? With all of that being said, we need that same energy from a president that Deion brought to Jackson State. We need that same energy from a president where you have a driving force to get the alumni involved, to get the citizens involved, to get the state involved, and the elected officials within this state that is fighting every day for Jackson State. That is what we're looking for. Not somebody to go down to IHL to go along, to get along.
Thank you.
Thank y'all very much.
So now we're going to shift this gentleman back here. You were in line. So what we're running out of time. We want to try to get to everyone. Go ahead, Jordan. Yeah, you're up. And we want to hear what's going well.
So I'll be swift.
Okay, and we're running out of time. So.
Yes, ma'am. So to answer your question, what's going well? What works the best? I think what you've heard from everyone is the communal relationship. This institution has a communal bond that many others don't. We have alumnus. We have people who feel as though alumni, even though they've never been registered a day in this class in their lives. And those people are willing to support our institution. But one of the things that it goes well, it necessitates balance, that communal relationship. I think one of the things through my experience, not only as an employee and then watching as an alumnus, and having a good communal relationship, we must balance the nepotistic nature and things that can come from it. And that from just as an alumnus, what I've seen in the past, what I've experienced in certain circumstances, has been stagnating Jackson State. So when with the type of leadership we need a person who has three things, and many of these have been touched on to make it go well. Okay. Number one, we need a person with a proven record of resources. Our community will support Jackson State. There are people who will donate land, assist in fighting blight, but Jackson State cannot assist in the blight. For instance, we have facilities that are unused. So when it comes to resources, we need a leader who is creative and visionary. They don't want anybody who takes instructions from IHL. Well, we need someone who can take their vision and creativity to IHL and say, how can we make this happen? Someone who has a proven record of resources. I always think of Ronald Mason. My cousins, my father told me stories about the difference from when they came to college here and when I was here. And they credit him for a lot of the buildings that we see. He was a visionary. He was my president. He was creative. He came to students for different solutions to find out, what do you think, to develop a plan that can be for prosperity. The second thing, we need a person who has a proven record of objectivity and not nepotism. We don't need a president who surrounds themselves with their fraternity brothers or their classmates, etc. We need someone who is going to find people who have an objective process and evaluate people who can help this institution prosper. Creativity and vision comes in a multitude of different ways. And we need a president who understands that and seeks out creativity and vision rather than nepotistic relationships. And
This segment was supposed to be about what's going well. We've
That-
heard
well,
all
that's-
that
well,
other stuff. We've gotten the rest of the stuff.
That's one of the things that goes well is the communal relationship.
Well, I heard you say that, but then you've gone on about everything that's wrong. So we're trying to
We're trying to
bring
bring it together.
Yeah,
Here's-
because eventually we're going to be talking to people who are interested in this position, and that's going to be a question they're going to ask. Now, I can create a list out of whole cloth, but I need a real list from the people in the institution.
Okay, well, the one thing that's going well is that communal relationship.
Thank you.
And to clear it all up, to keep it going, to improve the quality of that communal relationship and the quality of that institution, we need a creative visionary who understands how important this institution is to the community and can use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and I'm
and
saying,
build on
I'm saying
that.
these folks already said all that. We're
Thank you.
trying to get to this other part of the agenda. So
Well, my apologies. I just felt like that needed to be known.
Okay,
It
thank you.
was
So
known
this is our last speaker. Thank you. So we're gonna wrap up here.
Good evening. My name's John Horn and I'm mayor, in my 15th week as mayor of the city.
yes, exactly 15.
The culture of this university, this institution is probably one of the best things we have going. There's just a fantastic I love culture at this institution, and that love has to be energized. It is not being maximized right now, in my opinion. But we love this institution, and the culture around Jackson State, the band, the football team, the standard of excellence that Jackson State has been known for, especially in the area of research, needs to be lifted up.
Yeah.
I do want to mention my three things very briefly. We need a president who is financially viable and entrepreneurial with a lot of creativity. We need someone who's willing to work with the city to become the economic engine by creating initiatives that will keep our best and brightest in Jackson. Right now, we have a lot of great relationships with Fortune 500 companies, and they come and they recruit our best and brightest. We need to figure out how we can keep our best and brightest here by having the university partner with the business community and the city to help put together the types of initiatives, the types of research that will create jobs and create opportunities right here in Jackson. And then finally, we need someone who has the ability to develop resources to build up this physical plant. Jackson State is a pretty campus, but it could be so much better. And one of the main things that is inhibiting its future growth and development is its housing. We have to do a better job of building and attracting housing, because young people are making their decisions about where they're going to school on the basis of, well, where am I going to live?
Exactly. We've been
And
hearing investment.
what kind of facilities do we have? And so someone has got to have the ability to put together the resources that can do that. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
So if you want to add something that's you additive,
I really do.
okay, if
I
it's
thank y'all
something
so,
new,
and I thank y'all so much for not cutting my mayor off.
okay.
Thank y'all
We
so
weren't
much.
gonna cut your mayor off.
Okay, thank you. And I really hope going forward in the future that you recognize people take time out of their schedule. They perhaps need more than 55 minutes. And also this particular time of the day. But the one thing that we have really going well right now, and I will say right now, is we have an opportunity to get this campus out this ditch. We in a ditch.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you all. You want to wrap it up?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for your input. We've had two really good days of listening sessions to all stakeholder groups. Students have been very, very strong in this process, as have faculty and staff, and the alumni sessions have been strong as well. We know a lot of people responding online with our survey. We get people responding to the IHL website frequently, so we're incorporating all of that input as we formulate this profile. The profile will govern the entire search process. It'll determine how we advertise, it'll determine who we're looking for, it'll determine who we're trying to attract, and the people that we will target to be included in this search. So I want to thank you for all of that and want you to stay tuned for the rest of this process. We're going to be leading to a set of finalists sometime in the spring and moving forward. We're going to have a full 8-week minimum search process where we go and find the candidates. It takes a good 8 weeks to get a good pool of candidates together. And we think that Jackson State University is going to attract some very, very good candidates. So thank you all very much.
And the survey is still open till midnight.
Till midnight.
I got a question.
Eastern?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Will
yeah,
the,
Eastern.
Will the, when you get down to the final, would that be open? Would that be known with the public?
We've not determined all the details of that yet. Right now, we've engineered the process all the way through the determination of how we get to semifinals. So we'll be working with the IHL and commissioner to establish what that process will look like at the end.
For the finalists, 3 to 5 finalists. So,
Yeah,
I understand. And last time that was not known.
I understand.
okay,
I
okay,
understand.
thank you.
So thank you all very much.
Sir, if I may, you, just before you go, I didn't want to really toot my own horn, but you asked another one thing that we have well here. While the mayor's here, I didn't see him at first. He's working with our students in this program. We have JSU Votes, where the school is really worked with the city in improving civic engagement amongst students.
Exactly.
So you make sure we're. Oh, just make sure that's one thing, and what I'll be sure that my name is Jacoby Grant. Tell me yours.
Carlton Brown.
Dr. Brown?
Yeah.
Okay.
You weren't here when we introduced it.
It's over with now. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all in a couple hours. Let me go make my baby's dinner. Lord have mercy. I will see y'all in a couple hours. I will see y'all in a couple hours. I'm gonna go, go wash my face and stuff, and I got my cowbell, y'all. I got some tea. Pour it. Dre, pour it. What's the tea? What's tea? What is tea, y'all? Here it is right here. Oh Lord, he said we gotta go. We gotta go. The time is over. The time is up. The time is up. Y'all make sure that you do the survey. Please do the survey. Please. Y'all please do the survey. Quiet as it's kept. I'm over here talking, but I haven't even finished mine. Because I wanted to leave a message. I wanted to leave a message. The message was that the past 3 presidents, or is it 3 or 4? I wanted to put something in there that basically said it makes no sense to waste the stockholders' time by holding these listening sessions and doing all this groundwork, all to just pick somebody that didn't even submit. Like, and that's the problem. IHL knows these folks' character issues, and they still hire them. See? Like, why are you making us do all this shit? Excuse my French, excuse my language. Why are you making us do that? Like, what? And where is the lawsuit against IHL? Where's the lawsuit? I thought that there was going to be a lawsuit against IHL. That's what I thought. Like, this is a farce. You guys are paying probably $150,000 to $200,000 for this presidential search, and you already know who you're going to get. Well, you know what? I am through. I am through. I will be, we'll be keeping up to date with whatever information, but allegedly they've already picked their president, which I believe. When that one professor was talking about how Jackson State could be the envy of the rest of the state if IHL did right, I was like, okay, this is why IHL isn't doing right. When they kept on talking about the opportunities that Jackson State has to be the premier university being in the city of Jackson, I was like, okay, so now you understand why they are crumbling the infrastructure and not passing bills. But me, honestly, I don't think that they should be talking about nobody's stadium. Please stop talking about us getting a new stadium and kids don't have scholarships. Professors need funding and grants. Just stop with the stadium talk, okay? We need an on-campus stadium. Excuse me, sir. Read the room, please. For the love of God, read the room. All right. I will see y'all later. I think 9 o'clock. Yeah. That's in less than 2.5 hours. See y'all. Yes, Braxton, you can.
Hi.
Yeah, because you're definitely going to be in bed later. Do you want to say your scripture? Do you know it? Get it out of your mouth. I guess you don't know it. Like, what is this man talking about? Why are we talking about a stadium? A stadium is the least of our issues. You want, and quiet as it's kept, even a 40,000 stadium costs over $100 million to build. Please stop talking about a stadium. Read the room. We need to be, and they're right. There's no way that it takes 4 years to renovate a dorm, but Mississippi State or USM or whatever can build a brand new housing in 18 months. I know that Campbell College went up real quick when Ronald Mason was here. Ronald Mason wasn't playing. Anyway, like, read the room. What? A stadium? What are we doing here? All right, everybody. See y'all later. Tonight we'll be talking about football. We won't be talking about a stadium, but we'll talk about football. And boy, Twitter's been a little bit extra. I'm gonna get off Twitter. I'll see y'all tonight. I'll see y'all tonight.
I've had some days and some sleepless nights. But when I look around, and I think things over, all of my good days outweigh my bad days. I won't complain. The clouds hang low. I can hardly see the road. I ask the question, Lord. Lord, why so much pain? But He knows what's best for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see, so I'll just say, thank you, Lord. I won't complain. But He is so good to me. He's been good to me. More than this